It did not auto start. I've been sitting here talking to myself because I thought auto start was enabled in my very, very stupid setup. I hope everyone's doing well. This is a frustrating, stupid bunch of shit that YouTube does, but that's fine. How are you doing? Welcome to the Quarantine Collective's Office Hours. This is for us to go back over our Anti-Oedipus reading, obviously. Go back over a couple of steps that maybe we're having a little bit more issue with. Things that we're talking through. Things that we got stuck on, or I got stuck on, which, by the way, happens more often than you may want to know. That thing that we're doing, it's going to be punctuated. Ooh. This is... this is a frustration. What can I say? All right. But anyway, hoping everyone can see me, hoping everyone's there. Let me know in the chat if you can't, because I know Insomnia is there, or at least was. Yeah, see it. All right, working, finally. I don't know what the fuck was going on. What a frustrating thing. YouTube's being super weird today. I have no idea why it didn't auto start. I want to enable auto stop for sure. It just changed all of my settings. I didn't do this. It's very strange. That's okay. We'll do another ping, get everyone in there, get that thing going. All right, let me just pop it. Hello, everyone. Everyone, we are live for office hours. Wonderful. All right. It was scheduled for 5. I scheduled it for 4. That's on me, I think. That's wonderful. That's okay. We're doing it anyway. We're starting now. It's very confusing to me why it switched to 5 o'clock. What the fuck? I did on my phone. I was sitting there. I chose 4 o'clock. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Good to know. What did D&G think of office hours? Deleuze did not like conversing with students as a thing. Wasn't his jam. He was too busy writing, creating, answering questions. His talks are incredible, but as far as I understand, he wasn't super big on the after hours sitting with students and having a ton of questions asked of him.
Hi, so can I have an extension? My cat died and my grandmother ate it.
I appreciate you. How you doing, Roger? You doing well?
It's all right. I'm still not walking, but it's fine.
That is fine. We are live on the YouTubes, by the way.
Okay.
Just letting you know. And but you're taking off now. Just that you're out.
No, I'll be serious.
Okay, good. Be serious, please. It's important for us. Crackling has returned. Am I clear to you, Raj?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world?
We're clear.
I'm clear. I'm just going to keep doing that. Let me know if I ever don't become clear. I've been having a weird... YouTube's weird today. I scheduled for 4 o'clock, put me at 5. Didn't auto start when I started streaming. I had to manually start, so I sat here talking for like 7 minutes, which was confusing to me. Whatever. Very frustrating. What are you going to fucking do, though?
I don't know.
Excellent. So we're just going to keep pushing forward. So point of office hours is simple. Mostly, unless someone else has a thing, it's going to be me talking through and sort of working through. The crackling is back again. This makes no sense. Did it crackle for you, Raj?
You're a little bit high. There's like a
high?
little bit,
That's not what I asked. Like crackling.
crackling, no, but there's like a little bit of distortion, so you're quite close to it.
Frustrating. Time change. No, I scheduled it at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I didn't schedule it at 3 o'clock for 5 o'clock. The time didn't change at 3 p.m. Unless it did. I don't think that's how it works. I think it's in the middle of the night. But hey, who knows? Who cares? We're going to keep pushing through. And if my shit crackles, it's just going to fucking be the way it works. It's just going to be the way it works. There's nothing I can fucking do about it. So that's just how it works. I want to go back through, and since you're here, Raj, I'm going to abuse this. Crackled again? One moment.
Now there is no sound.
Okay. My question is, if the crackle comes back now, we will find out. I'm going to see what I can do there. This is just beyond frustrating today. Why is this happening to me again? Just sucks. Oh, it's... Okay. That should fix it. God, stupid bunch of shit. All right. To continue. This week we spent time, as we've been spending, in Chapter 4 of Anti-Oedipus. This is our Anti-Oedipus reading. The goal of office hours is simple. I like to spend time going over these things myself because I find this stuff very difficult. So I tend to abuse and utilize people like Roger, for example, who's in Discord, who showed up, who's lovely, and others who know much better than I do. And my job at that point is to make sure I understand better. So, started office hours. And then other people join, ask questions about the other books, and we will all do our best to work through the questions and try to find ways to settle them. That is the point. My sound isn't going through Discord. I hate Discord so much. I hate audio. I hate all this. I hate everything. I hate everything. Why did it switch to that? That's incredible. My audio should be going through Discord now. So it is, by the way. So the idea is this. If you have questions about D&G, if you have questions about our read, if you have questions about any specific, we will make our way through it. It will be great. Roger, can you talk? Just tell me to fuck myself, anything?
Oh, I'm nicer than that. Canadian, you know.
If fair. Try again.
What if I talk to you like this? Is it okay?
It's just quiet. I'm just trying to boost a little bit. That's much better. Try now.
Perfect. I like your hair today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I've spent no time on it.
Good enough sound?
I think so. I'm fine. At this point, we're getting to the point where it's starting to peak and it's getting close. I'm happy with it. We'll just deal with it. So as we go, and I know we've got Cal here, and I'm actually excited for Cal to be here because Cal had questions on logic of sense, which is not a thing I've been able to discuss lately, and I want to go over it. That'll be fun. Following that, and Raj, if you want to stick around, we have a video that involves Douglas Lane and Marx that I've been recommended, and I think you would very much enjoy seeing that.
Douglas?
Dougie. It's going to be a journey. It's 1 second. Let me see if I can get back to it. It's two. Why Marxism failed: an introduction to scientific socialism. That sounds, I think, wildly entertaining myself. I don't know about you. So we'll do that at some point.
With what Douglas is doing. I haven't watched anything in a long time. I used to like him.
Me too.
But it depends.
Me too. And this is going to be, I think, a thing. We're probably not going to do the full 2.5 hours. But there is a strange turn that has happened with our friend Dougie. And there is a lot, apparently, with this that is going to be a thing. So it's going to be a journey. So I guess up front, I'll ask, Cal, do you want to start, or do you want me to, is it cool if I spend some time in Anti-Oedipus, or do you want to dive right in? Because we can do that.
I mean, I don't have anything all that interesting to ask.
You had questions about Series 1, though, I thought. No?
I just didn't quite understand what savoir stood for.
All right. So you're good then?
I mean, unless you want to explain the entirety of the second series to me, because I read it and I don't know if I understood any of it.
That's what Office Hours is for. If you want us to, I'm not going to force you to go through Logic of Sense at any point.
I mean, I'm holding the book. That's fine. Yeah, we can do that.
All right, let's do some Logic of Sense. That'll be fun. I've been deep into Anti-Oedipus for, I think, far too long at this point. So let's bring up Logic of Sense. I have a OCR version somewhere on my machine, and we'll bring up Medi Parsa. Also, if no one's aware, Medi Parsa is phenomenal. Absolutely, some of my favorite readings of Deleuze in general, but Medi's book on Logic of Sense is fantastic, and I'll be switching over to it here. 1 second. PDF room. Boop, 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 boop. And then let me pull up Logic of Sense itself, and we'll make our way through. I did have a question from chat. And I love theoretical weird shit, Sam, so welcome. Do you think Deleuze and Guattari imply possible time shifts or alternative universes that people could experience once they are captured by black holes? I fucking love it. Not really their wheelhouse as a thing. I think they'd probably want to first have a conversation why you believe that there is only one universe that we are in, and what it means to have a universe and all of that fun stuff. It would be attacking a lot of the sort of construction of that implies that we are a cohesive singular universe in and of itself, which I think is a big, giant question. But I appreciate the question, Chim. And Ian Buchanan's good, generally. Rod, you like Ian?
Sorry, I'm eating and I'm doing other stuff. I'm just I'll be more with you in a little bit.
No problem. Ian Buchanan, generally pretty good. Most Deleuze secondary text is pretty solid. I've been finding myself drifting a lot more towards what I would say is the sort of French secondary text. There's only a handful of people, I think, in English. Eugene Holland, I think, has an excellent grasp of it. Ian McKenzie, who did the idea of pure critique, is fantastic, and a few of his other works I've been reading. And of course, our friends at Purdue and everyone doing all of the work there. There's just a lot of very good stuff that direction. I tend to be these days going into the direction of La Poujade, and I'm not going to pronounce anything right. Roger will yell at me. But La Poujade, Guillaume Soubertin Blanc, who I've been diving into a lot. And then Jean-Claude Martin has been a new one, a new addition for me. A lot of really good stuff, interesting stuff, which is good. Generally. All right. Let's see. Let's pop up Logic of Sense. Let's see. That's second, fourth series, third series, and second series, Paradoxes of Surface Effects. One of the things that Deleuze is doing in Logic of Sense, well, I mean, the thing Deleuze is doing in Logic of Sense is literally the title. He is helping to develop and working through a logic of how sense is made, the production of sense, how sense is made. So when we say like, hey, no, I'm trying to make sense of that thing, this is what we do. We make sense as if sense is produced alongside all of the things, all the bodies, all the states of affairs, all the events, all the stuff. How are things made? How is sense made? And so when we start talking about the different series of these things, and he's going through the books, as you read, you'll notice more and more he's building one thing upon another upon another. The first series that he's got is the series of pure becoming, really going through the way that we make sense of statements that enables a pure becoming in the statement itself. When I say, for example, that Alice grows larger, Alice becomes larger, what I'm doing in the sense that's made necessarily is kind of putting a lot of images of Alice together in a particular order. But I'm not speaking of a single moment, a single thing. I'm speaking of an event that involves a lot of other elements. One involves Alice who is smaller than she will be, and another that is Alice that is larger than she was. Between those two, I'm able to say, because of the sort of vector of time, Alice becomes larger or Alice becomes smaller. But it necessitates that I have these two things sort of in my head at once in that becoming of the thing. When we start talking about this, though, this becomes this is one of the first paradoxes. The second paradox he's playing with is the sort of nature of surface effects versus bodies, right? So when he says something, I'll just read through this sort of opening. The Stoics distinguish between two kinds of things. First, there are bodies with tensions, physical qualities, actions, passions, and corresponding states of affairs. These states of affairs, actions, and passions are determined by mixtures of bodies. This is very Spinoza, like super Spinoza. It's hard to describe how Spinozy this is. I know it's probably a terrible phrase to use, though. It's probably a terrible phrase, but it's very Spinozy as a thing. To continue. At the limit, there is a unity of all bodies, in virtue of a primordial fire into which they become absorbed and from which they develop according to their respective tensions. Think of it as the chaosophy, the chaos of all. The only time of bodies and states of affairs is the present. As things become actualized, as we actually experience a thing and it's being what it is, the only time that we get these, time of bodies and states of affairs, is the present. Once the present's passed, it's not really bodies and states of affairs anymore. It's an abstraction of them. And it's not what they will be, because in the future, it's again an abstraction of them. Right now is the time of bodies and states of affairs. This is how things are colliding, the mixtures of things, what they're doing, how they're interacting, their actions, their passions. For the living present is the temporal extension, which accompanies the act, expresses and measures the action of the agent and the passion of the patient. But to the degree there is a unity of bodies amongst themselves, to the degree that there is a unity of active and passive principles, a cosmic present embraces the entire universe. Only bodies exist in space. Only the present exists in time. There are no causes and effects among bodies. Rather, all bodies are causes. Causes in relation to each other, for each other. In the scope of the cosmic present, this unity is called destiny. He's using it in the sort of grand sense of it. That thing. It's not the video game. It's not the streamer. It's very particular. So he's talking about how bodies themselves are that sort of interaction, are that shift, are that change, is that element that we're playing with, that we're talking about. This is on the one side. But at the same time, all bodies are causes in relation to each other and causes for each other. But causes of what? They're causes of certain things of an entirely different nature. These effects that they are causes of are not bodies, but incorporeal entities. These are not physical qualities and properties, but rather logical or dialectical attributes. Not things or facts, but events. Things we can't say exist, but rather that subsist or inhere. We're going to kind of make a jump a little bit further to sort of talk through this. It's one of my favorite sections. It's Emile Brehier that he's quoting here, but it's the one I keep coming back to when we talk about logic of sense. When the scalpel cuts through the flesh, the first body produces upon the second, not a new property, but a new attribute, that of being cut. This is the phrasing that's important in this section to sort of really attach to. Let me zoom in a little bit, make sure that it's centered for everyone who's reading along. Cal, I'm sure you're reading along. I assumed you're reading along. No?
I am, yeah. I'm paying
all right.
attention and I'm reading along.
All right. So when we talk about a surgeon, or we talk about someone cutting something with a scalpel, oh, look, the scalpel's cutting the flesh. There's a really interesting interaction of stuff, because that thing that's happening, the scalpel isn't really cutting the flesh. You could ask it in a bunch of different ways. Is it the scalpel doesn't do anything? The doctor's holding the scalpel. So you could say maybe the doctor's cutting the flesh with the scalpel, but is it really that? There's a lot more happening that you can always kind of find another thing in. So when we talk about like cutting the flesh being cut, the attribute doesn't designate a real quality. It's actually, on the contrary, expressed by a verb. Verbs aren't really qualities of things. Verbs are the actions, which means it's not a being, but a way of being. It is being cut. Something that is a cut, it's not being cut. There's some weird interaction there. This way of being is somehow at the limit, the surface of being. And this is why he uses the surface. You'll start seeing a lot of this language. This way of being finds itself at the limit, at the surface, the nature of which it's not able to change. It is in fact neither active nor passive. It is purely and simply a result, an effect, which is not to be classified among beings. The Stoics, which is a lot of what he's basing most of this book on, the Stoics distinguished two planes of being, something no one had done before them. On the one hand, there was real and profound being, real force. And then on the other, there's the plane of facts, which frolic on the surface of being and constitute an endless multiplicity of incorporeal beings. So when you have a body, a scalpel, a surgeon, a doctor's table, all these bodies, think of it as taking a snapshot of the bodies. There's no being cut that happens, even if it's in the middle of the shot, because it's not being cut. There's no moment that something's being cut, just as there is no moment of Alice becoming larger. She's always the size she is. She's only larger when we put her as through time in between different bodies, and we relate them and we create that surface of meaning that he's talking about where we make sense. So we could say with a scalpel, the patient is dulling that scalpel, or the doctor's dulling the scalpel with the patient's skin, which is accurate. It's not inaccurate, it's accurate. But we use certain language, we say certain things, we speak in a very particular way that seems to give rise to this thing, this being becoming a thing. And this is, I think, where we start seeing what he's talking about by the paradox of it. Because when that first body, the scalpel, and that second body have the body with a cut in it, that's a body with a cut. When we say that it's getting that attribute, it's still not being cut at any point. That fact dances on the bodies, on the surface of them. If we think of all the bodies of everything, dancing on them are the facts of how they relate, are the facts of their relation. So as he says, just to continue, yet what is more intimate or essential to bodies than events such as growing, becoming smaller, or being cut? How can they contrast a body's thickness with these incorporeal events somehow playing on the surface? Oh, it's a thick body. Well, this is a body being cut. How are these not the same thing? How are they different? Mixtures are in bodies, and in the depth of them, a body penetrates another and coexists with it in all of its parts, like wine dropped in an ocean, or fire that heats an iron. One body withdraws from another, liquid from a vase being poured out. Mixtures in general determine quantitative and qualitative states of affairs, the dimensions of an ensemble, the red of an iron, the green of a tree. But what do we mean by to grow, to diminish, to become red, to become green, to cut, to be cut? What do we mean? What sense are we making when we say these things? It's something entirely different. These are no longer states of affairs. We're not talking about the mixtures inside of bodies. No, we're talking of incorporeal events at the surface, which are the results of mixtures. We really are saying that a tree greens. It's really what we're saying. That tree is greening really nice. Even though we're saying the tree is green. It's not. We're talking about the resultant mixture of the bodies. Ensemble is not assemblage. I'm sorry if I pronounced it funny. I'm sorry, people who follow my stupid, shitty pronunciations of French on YouTube. I apologize in advance. Roger's fucking loving every second of this. So for him, when he's talking about this, the Stoics are in the process of tracing out and forming a frontier where there had not been one before. In this sense, they displace reflection. They are in the process of bringing about first an entirely new cleavage of causal relation. That's the big deal. When we say that the scalpel is cutting the skin, there isn't really cause there. Not like that. There isn't a cause that is separate from all other cause and has nothing else in there. There's not a cause that works in a way that is profound and base as its thing. It's the cause we're picking and choosing and starting from as a thing. If that makes sense. Does that make sense so far, Cal?
Yep.
All right. Hopefully it makes sense to the people who watch on YouTube as well. So what they're doing, what the Stoics are doing, they're taking causal relations and dismembering it at the risk of creating unity on each side. They don't give a shit. They're just throwing causation out. Nietzsche likes this shit too. Nietzsche's, my favorite line from Gay Science is, no one's ever been able to explain a push. And that's a fucking great line, because you tell me where a push starts and how that works and keep going. And there's like no end to that. You can't really talk about it in that same sense. So this is very Nietzsche stuff. They refer causes, the Stoics refer causes to causes and place a bond of causation between them. This is the destiny, the formal unity of bodies right now. They refer effects to effects and pose certain bonds of effects between them. So it's placing, and it's important, the rest of the book, separating out bodies and effects as two separate things. It's a big deal as Deleuze gets into this. These are kind of the two sides, the bodies and events, bodies and effects, the states of affairs and effects, whatever it may be. Effects and effects are referred to effects, and they have bonds between them. Causes have a bond between them. But these two operations are not accomplished. We don't find them in the same way. Incorporeal events and effects are never themselves causes in relation to each other. Rather, they are only quasi-causes, following laws which perhaps express in each case relative unity or mixture of bodies on which they depend for their real causes. Brooks, you said something. You made me sad. That's a quasi-causal type thing, because there's layers in there, and there's a lot of other things that are happening. It's where's the thing? Well, that's not. What's happening is that thing, what we're making sense of when we say that, is we're saying it in a way because it follows the laws, which perhaps express in each case a relative unity or mixture of bodies, which that idea depends on for its causes. This gives us a really interesting interplay when we start seeing this play out. We end up with freedom, the ability to make choices, agency, whatever, preserved in two ways. And once more in the exterior events, bodies of effects. Once freedom is preserved in the interiority of destiny as a connection between causes. Okay. And once more in the exteriority of events and the bond of effects. Because we don't play in we don't find ourselves, especially when we say something like the scalpels cutting skin. This gives us some play when it comes to like how we see it, how we read it, how we look at it. This setup plays us in a very particular way. Because of this, Stoics work to oppose destiny and necessity. Destiny versus necessity is not like a small thing for the Stoics. There's Corey Shores, who I adore the work of, a really, really great scholar. He's got a book called The Logic of Gilles Deleuze, which I do recommend. He spent time translating from French the Stoic idea of the system of time. I'm not going to say it in French because I won't remember. It's a Goldschmidt, which is not what you'd probably expect for a French name, but it's a Goldschmidt wrote this book on the Stoic theory of time that Deleuze is taking a huge amount of this from. And it's worth sort of looking through. I'll post a link afterwards to Corey's blog where he did this. One sec. I'll try to see if I can find that link. Wig, that's terrible. I might remove. That's terrible, Wig. So we have from this book and the way that again the translation's great, Corey's translation, but what he's playing with and what is literally referenced as the footnote there, the opposition of destiny to necessity is not a minor one. Think of necessity as a determined universe, right? Because events happen causally by necessity. There's a ball rolling downhill, by necessity continues to roll downhill. We can make predictions based on what's happening now as things move, as things sort of play forward. But with destiny, destiny is different itself. For destiny and necessity play in different spots. Necessity is going to be this big push on causation and how bodies make other bodies do things and all of that. The Stoics pull back and they want to talk about destiny, which they embrace, they love. And by playing in that space, they actually preserve, for Deleuze, and I mean also for Causality and others who've written about this, they're preserving the introduction of something different, the introduction of something to that repetitive moment that's happening, the eternal return, the vicious circle, however you want to phrase it, but difference as it comes back, because destiny is the collection of bodies, but the collection of bodies is only reliant on the collection of bodies. Events reliant on other events. That thing means that when things seem to be happening again and again and again, we're actually able to affirm chance. We're able to play with becoming instead of negating these differences. So he goes over this in Logic of Sense and Difference and Repetition as well. But it's destiny is this thing for him that affirms becoming instead of causation, which is sort of a thing in another chain as it makes its way down. It's a shame that the word destiny is associated with what it is. Plus, it's a terrible video game, too. So it's one of those things that's like, goddamn. But this is what he's playing at, because necessity doesn't have chance in there. Necessity doesn't play in the same space. So when we talk about like how we make sense of things, the tree is becoming greener. If we're doing it from a position of necessity where it had to have, and it will continue in its place because of whatever, you kind of can start seeing why he would have an issue with that. But if you instead are looking at the bodies as they are, and you're saying, actually, no, that the tree is greening. It is becoming green. It's playing in a different way with these things. And as he goes into, this is for him a big deal as he's sort of, it's a big deal for him, just to continue reading. The Epicureans formulated another cleavage of causality, which also grounds freedom. They conserve the homogeneity of cause and effect, but cut up causality according to atomic series, whose respective independence is guaranteed by the clinamen. Clinamen is an old term for the swerve is the word that I have in my notes for it. But it's how at the atomic level, things have spooky movement, more or less, the spookiness of that movement. So when we have that spooky movement of the clinamen, or clinamen, I've had it pronounced every way. Someone can correct me and give me a source. I've seen both in real journals and from real people. But that clinamen, that swerve, gives us something that's interesting. That ultimately is not about saying destiny exists without necessity, but instead it's causality without destiny. When you do this in either way, as he says, you're splitting the causal relation, instead of distinguishing types of causality as Aristotle had done and Kant would then go on to do. This split always refers us back to language, either the existence of a declension of causes, we shall see, to the existence of a conjugation of effects. This is the point of this section as we start diving in deeper and deeper. For him, the core of it all is the core paradox of these surface effects and how we seem to find our way to finding causation amongst themselves and how we're able to do that. Clinamen, that's clinamen? It's not going to work. Whole bunch of shit. It's not going to work. Sorry. I'm not going to be able to say anything. I'm not going to get that fucking word right. It's Greek. It probably sounds better if you're Greek. I just like saying the swerve. But it's again playing with the embracing of destiny, of hey, shit isn't the exact same every single time. It's actually not possible. The example I like using that kind of comes out of my reading of DNR is if I go to the edge of a forest and I look at all the trees, I see them all, I go, oh, cool, lots of trees. And I turn around and then I turn back and I look at all the trees again. Are they the same trees? This would be the question. Because what does it mean for those things to be the trees or to be trees or for me to see them? It's obviously time later. I've looked at all the trees. Even the order of the trees I've looked in changes. Are they exactly the same? Is it identical to experience in every single way? It's not. It's not at all. None of this is. It's not the same. There is difference in that time passing, in the way that we're dealing with it, in the way that that swerve shifts just a little bit of how a thing is taken in or what it can be. And with this, as he moves on, he says this new dualism of bodies or states of affairs and effects or incorporeal events entails an upheaval in philosophy. In Aristotle, for example, all categories are said of being. If you haven't read Aristotle, just think Ayn Rand, but a dude. So I don't have a lot of respect. Sorry. I don't have a lot of respect for, like, I liked Aristotle for a while, but I don't have respect for anyone who loves him these days. I haven't seen anyone who's not like that Ayn Rand A equals A screaming at you thing. If you know any interesting writings on Aristotle, please send them, post them in the QC. I would actually find that really nice. Not a thing I've seen myself. But for him, difference, for Aristotle, difference is present in being between substance as primary sense and the other categories which are related to it as accidents. For the Stoics, on the other hand, states of affairs, quantities, and qualities are no less beings or bodies than substance is. They are part of substance, and in this sense they are contrasted with an extra being, which constitutes the incorporeal as a non-existing entity. The highest term, therefore, is not being, but something. A liquid, not a liquid, which is, I fucking hate this term as a thing. A liquid. Fuck, it just sucks when I say it. I know that Ayn Rand misinterprets everyone, but I'm saying if you have, one sec, just to diverge to yell at someone in chat. I'm not saying Ayn Rand read Aristotle great. I'm saying that I've been looking for like interesting writing by Aristotle that doesn't make effectively the same mistakes and same stuff. Feel free to send it to me. I'd be interested to read it. And no, I don't want to read primary sources. It's not really my jam. The a liquid, which is a really weird Latin term, old Latin term for something, literally something. The something without the thing. It's not, hey, look, I'm hungry for something. It's taking the place of the subject of that, a liquid, that thing. And again, this plays towards destiny and necessity. This is a big deal with that, because that something, that swerve, the oddness and spookiness of things is sort of the play towards these elements. The text is cut off. Oh no. Apologies. That's terrible. There, that's better. So when we start talking about like the random, a liquid, the chance of things that is really just baked into at a base level, the bodies or the effects, Deleuze is very much leaning on these things because, and I think, again, understanding of things as it goes, it plays really nicely into stuff that we've really moved forward on in terms of not just science theory, but also sort of metaphysical theory or these other elements. I think all of that works. But to continue, for the Stoics, on the other hand, states of affairs, quantities and qualities are no less beings or bodies than substances. They are a part of substance. In this sense, they are contrasted with an extra being, which constitutes the incorporeal as non-existent entity. He instead of basically what Aristotle's doing, as Deleuze is talking about it. In Aristotle, all categories are said of being, and differences present in being between substance in the primary sense and categories which are related to it. For the Stoics, it's like, no, states of affairs, quantities, and qualities, all of those things are beings. They themselves are bodies, not categorical or anything like this. The substance itself is also one of these. Like, all of this stuff is the bodies. And in that sense of how this works, there's an extra being. And this is the incorporeal, this non-existing entity. The highest term, therefore, is not being, but something, insofar as it subsumes being and non-being, existence and inherence. Moreover, Stoics are the first to reverse Platonism, bring about a radical inversion, for if bodies, with their states, qualities, and quantities, assume all the characteristics of substance and cause, conversely, the characteristics of the idea are relegated to the other side, this impassive extra being, which is sterile, inefficacious, and on the surface of things. As in very, very good italics, the ideational or the incorporeal can no longer be anything other than effect. Effect is the big deal with this, if you can't tell. It's this big push, is separating out bodies and effects. Bodies, effects, offense and effects, and these incorporeal things, or bodies, the cut, the scalpel, the leg, the surgeon, the light, the blood, all of those bodies. But the thread around them that wraps them together, that tells the story when I say that the scalpel, that surgeon is cutting that man's leg with a scalpel. Effects wrapped with them, coming together. It's an important setup. These are not two of the same thing. These are not two elements that we're ordering. This is the stuff putting together. This is us weaving them. And it's a big deal, as he says, these consequences of this divergence from Aristotle and then Kant later on. For the Stoics here who are doing their break with Platonism, it's a big deal. In Plato, an obscure debate was raging in the depths of things, the depths of the earth, between that which undergoes the action of the idea and that which eludes this action. The idea of copies and simulacra. Very short version of them is copies are copies of an original, that there is a such thing as original that we're able to get back to, whereas a simulacra is a copy of an original that doesn't contain the original in it. Baudrillard writes a lot about this, very good stuff. A lot of people mistake it. The way to think of it is, at some point, we had ranch dipping sauce, and it was made with the stuff it was made with, like shit that people had on ranches. It was made because this extra vegetables and a handful of herbs that were really common. At some point, those things got turned into ranch flavored chips. They copied. It's not really the simulacra of ranch though, like, because it still has that thing it's calling back to. It's still calling back to Hidden Valley Ranch. It's still calling back to that, but it's still got that being in it. When we get to the next step, that simulacra, there was recently, it's one of my favorites, which is Funyun onion rings flavored like Cool Ranch Doritos. Now you're at the level where it's completely removed from the original and it's all broken. You're not connected to that original being. That's the idea of simulacra. It's not just a bad copy or a copy it's a copy that's soulless in sort of the way that Plato was talking about it, without that original being. Feel free to correct me, anyone, by the way. That's my general version of that. Simulacra and simulation. Facebook has friends. Friends aren't anymore in real life, but exist online. The simulacra of relationships. Close. The copy is a thing. It's without the soul of it. So the friend, the idea of friend, or even saying friend itself can have many setups. It's the simulacra of friendship when you have a button you press that automatically wishes someone a birthday on their birthday, which is a thing on Facebook. You don't even have to type it. It's the simulacra of relationship that is made possible by that. Copying it would be if you typed out, hey, I just want to say happy birthday note, whatever. So there's just a little bit of a layer there. As I grasp it and as my readings of Baudrillard sort of go with it. Non-true to seed fruits are the same kind of thing. Apple seeds won't grow a tree that makes the apple that it came from. A clone produces the same fruit. It's actually, that's actually a really good way to talk about it. That's actually a really great way to talk about it, because I think it's an example I think that's come through.
Apple trees are so cool.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating like that. It's there's a lot of fruits that are like this. The fruit itself doesn't actually produce. Avocados have this problem. There's a good number of them that, like, you can't actually grow an avocado from an avocado pit. Not really. But you can if you have a clone of the original. So yeah, there's a copies versus simulacra thing happening there. That I like that example. That's a fucking good example. That's a good example. All right. To continue. An echo of this debate resonates when Socrates asks, is there an idea of everything, even of hair, dirt, and mud? Or rather, is there something which always and obstinately escapes the idea? In Plato, however, this something is never sufficiently hidden, driven back, pushed deeply into the depths of the body, or drowned in the ocean. Everything now returns to the surface. This is the result of the Stoic operation. The unlimited returns. Becoming mad, becoming unlimited, is no longer a ground which rumbles. It climbs to the surface of things, and it becomes impassive. It's not a question of simulacra, which elude the ground and insinuate themselves everywhere, but rather it is a question of effects, which manifest themselves and act in their place. These are effects in the causal sense, but also sonorous, optical, and linguistic effects, and even less or much more, since they are no longer corporeal entities, but rather form the entire idea. What was eluding the idea climbed up on the surface. He's going to use a lot of this sort of thinking through topology, like language throughout the whole book. Just be ready for that. But it's climbing to the surface, this limit, and it represents now all possible ideality, the latter being stripped of causal and spiritual efficacy. The Stoics discovered surface effects. Simulacra ceased to be subterranean rebels and make the most of their effects, that is, what might be called phantasms, this is a Causality term, independently of the Stoic terminology. The most concealed becomes the most manifest. All the old paradoxes of becoming must again take shape in the new youthfulness, inside of transmutation. This is, through the critique, he's talking about sort of the process of it in itself, if that makes sense. And again, getting back to what he's really talking about, which is really from the first series, the paradox of becoming, as we talked about with Alice. All of these things, when we actually start breaking them down and we work through them in this process, we actually see these surface effects. We see simulacra not being sort of relegated to, well, they're shitty copies that are also bodies. No. This is not it. They're very different. These things play all of this differently. The elements that are attempting to be concealed actually take the most manifest when we start breaking down things like this. When we start looking at things like this, we actually are able to make our way to see the difference between the two. It's beautiful. Federico says the vanilla essence or fragrance is simulacra. Well, this is where, and this is why Logic of Sense is so great. I'm not going to be able to answer that question fully here because I would recommend the book. But when we start talking about, is something a copy, is something an original, or is something a simulacra, the question that's much more interesting is not so much, is it a copy? Because that presumes there's one body and that the effects are, the simulacra are deeper, or that the copies are an idea of a thing, and all of that. That's the line he's got up here from Socrates, where he's up here in Plato, an obscure debate, raging in the depths of things, all of that, this whole part right here, which I would recommend, again, reading through. This thing, I think he's driving at as a thing, if that makes sense. Yeah, thank you, Jan. The copy is an image endowed with resemblance. The simulacrum is an image without resemblance. And that's, again, is this tree a copy of that tree? Or are all trees just kind of a tree, and we're trying to sort of find the most true tree as we go back up? When we start chasing down, oh, is this more like the original? Is this more like that? And we're sort of building a hierarchy within ourselves of trying to get back to that original and that thing. This is the shift that he's talking about when we make our way from Platonism to Stoicism. Right? Essence gross thing. Welcome, Ben. It's good to have you. So the setup is ultimately that we've got this line from Socrates. Is there an idea of everything, even hair, dirt, and mud? Or rather, is there something which always and obstinately escapes the idea? This is this question of like, what makes the simulacra, what makes the copy? And for Plato, and really Platonic thought, all of these things ultimately get buried beneath the surface. They're pushed down. They're treated as flawed copies. A perfect copy wouldn't be a copy. It would just be the thing. So it's always a flawed thing pushed down because we only want the body, the true body of the thing, instead of everything being sort of the odd multiplicity and massive collection of parts. It is the same way with a tree. A tree, there's no such thing as a tree. A tree is the bark, the wood, the leaves, the backdrop, the color of the sun, the atmospheric effects, the bugs. There's a billion things that make that tree exist. The structure, where it's connected, how I'm seeing it, what time of day I'm seeing it, what mood I'm in. All of these things that make that interaction of all of those bodies, and then it makes effects. But it's not those things that make effects. It's effects causing effects and bodies colliding with bodies. And this shift that plays into Stoicism brings everything back to the surface, returns all of these copies, all of the simulacra to the surface instead of trying to hide them down as shit copies. Forget about them. Don't worry about it. It's not quite as good. It's bringing them back. The phrasing he uses is not shocking. Everything returns to the surface. This continually happens, this eternal return of the surface. Everything happens. There are unlimited returns as we're able to pull the copies back to the surface, make them effects, play with them this way. This rejection of this Platonic transcendence is central to this paragraph, because we're talking about the immanent experience of things. That's the big deal. At least as I read it here. That's the big deal as I read it here. If that makes sense. Huh?
I'm following mostly.
Mostly is good. Mostly is good. And if you don't have a background in Plato, it's kind of a, you're going to have to learn stuff to forget it kind of thing. It's worth reading Plato, but it's, his critique of Plato builds on it. That's kind of the big deal. If that makes
I'm
sense.
not familiar with anything, really.
Well, so the dialogue, I want to say I feel like everything is Phaedrus. It's one of Plato's dialogues. I shouldn't say which one it is. Plato wrote a lot about like the talks and the discussions back and forth. And the question that's being posed here is actually, I think, can be said differently, where it's, hey, so everything has an ideal form, even shit. What's an ideal shit? Can you tell me what an ideal shit is? Ideal mud, ideal hair? These are really kind of like boring fucking things. But if everything has a corresponding idea, like, that's weird. That's weird. Isn't there something in that always that's like escaping the ideality of it? Like, well, I just took an ideal shit. What is that? What is that? How the fuck do you mean that? It's always escaping just a little bit. And that thing that is escaping is kind of what they're talking about, what Deleuze is getting at. That the problem of these copies, or these things that escape the perfect realm of forms, they're maligned as copies, as simulacra, as something less than. Literally less than. So copies and simulacra are less than the ideal. They're very much that. And so that thing, the Stoics are like, no, like, that's not how it works. The bodies have effects sort of almost applied to them, and we kind of have them, they're from different things. There's no ideal anything. There's all the shits, all the hair, all the stuff, all the different bodies and things that are coming out. That's the setup. And that's what he's driving at here. Because, again, to get back to it, he's talking about becoming in the same way we were talking about Alice. And he goes on to say, becoming unlimited comes to be the ideational and incorporeal event, with all of its characteristic reversals between future and past, active and passive, cause and effect, more and less, too much, not enough, already, not yet. The infinitely divisible event is always both at once. It is eternally that which has just happened and that which is about to happen, but it is never that which is happening. You cannot be actively cutting too deeply and not enough, or you are doing both at once. That the event, being itself impassive, allows the active and the passive to be interchanged easily, since it's neither the one nor the other, but rather their common result. The result of these things commonly is to be cut, is the cut. If I have skin and I have a scalpel, I'm saying the scalpel is cutting the skin because afterwards, the common result is that the skin is cut. Concerning the cause and the effect, events, being always only effects, are better able to form amongst themselves functions of quasi-causes or relations of quasi-causality, which are always reversible. We have a wound or we have a scar. These things shift and we play with them. The wound was caused by this, or this caused the wound. You can play with all of these sort of things big time. You can play with these things, and that's what he's getting at. And so ultimately he starts playing with the Stoics and their paradoxes, which he's been playing with paradoxes since the beginning of the book. He will continue to go deep into it, but it's specifically why he talks about the way that these events or words don't play actually nicely with bodies. In paradoxes themselves, we can actually see very much this. If I say, this sentence I'm saying is false, that thing I just said doesn't work. the meaning, the sense we're able to make of it, we can laugh a little bit because it's a paradox. But what is it? Is it that the bodies of the words I said are bodies, and the bodies are naturally just not going to go together, or they don't make logical sense? Is it that the events and how we tie them together don't work? Because if it's false, then therefore what I'm saying is true. But if I'm saying that it's true, then it must be false, which means that the statement is itself false, which means that it's true. They fuck with people, and this is what the paradox does. He gives some of my favorite sort of examples of like very, very old paradoxes. There's a line in here that I really love, and it's that everything happens at the boundary between things and propositions. This is what he's talking about, sort of through all of this, that boundary, that surface between things and thought. Chrysippus taught, quote, "If you say something, it passes through your lips. So if you say chariot, a chariot passes through your lips." This is something that's kind of profound in and of the way it sort of plays. And there's a lot of these. There are so many of these fun little paradoxes. I'm a fan. Raymond Smullyan has entire books on them. The book is called "This Book Has No Title." I mean, you can kind of figure out where it goes. He was a professor of logic at Indiana State and literally wrote books on logic, symbolic logic, and mathematic logic. But these kinds of things they're fun. They're fun. They're funny. I mean, humor itself is the art of the surface. It sits at the surface, and which is opposed to irony, which is the arts of depths or heights. Humor plays at the surface. It fucks with these things. And this is what he's sort of driving at. We're able to see through this process that the surface effects and the bodies, and then ideas of the heights, this ideality, the bodies of the depths, and then the surface, this is actually how these things play. And that we're able to see them actually fairly clearly when we break them apart like this. Secret Agent Dan, why isn't this sentence is false an issue of A equals A? It is, but the sentence still exists. So if I were to say A doesn't equal A, it's the same kind of thing. It's playing in the same spot. But it's playing with it in a different specific way. The bodies of A equals A, you go, well, that's false. Great. But if I were to say, this sentence is false, that thing I'm doing, I'm playing in a completely different way with the language. I'm necessarily playing with the denotation of untruth, but you're taking it as a manifestation of me saying this and signification of the rest of the sentences I'm saying that have made sense so far. And all of the language that I'm using points to, oh yeah, Brooks is saying that sentence is false, but the sentence can't be false because if you chase it down, it won't be. It isn't playing with identity. It's playing with the paradox of identity that shows actually where identity comes from, which is the interplay of the surface and the bodies, and this interplay of the event and effects and how it comes about. And that's what he's getting at here. And it's why he loves Lewis Carroll as he goes to. In his works, Carroll examines the difference between events, things, and states of affairs. The entire first half of Alice still seeks the secret of events and of the becoming unlimited which they imply, the depths of the earth, in dugout shafts and holes which plunge beneath, in the mixture of bodies which interpenetrate and coexist. As one advances in the story, however, this is the story, if you haven't read Alice in Wonderland, please do. You need it for this book. As one advances in the story, however, the digging and hiding gives way to a lateral sliding from right to left, left to right. Animals below ground become secondary, giving way to card figures that have no thickness or depth at all. One could say that the old depth was spread out, became width. The becoming unlimited is maintained entirely within this inverted width. Depth is not a complement. Only animals are deep, and they are not the noblest for that. The noblest are those who are flat. Events themselves are like crystals. This is it. He means this in the way crystals form. They become and grow only out of the edges or on the edge. This is indeed the first secret of the stammerer or a left-handed person. no longer to sink, but to slide the whole way in such a way that the old depth no longer exists at all, having been reduced to the opposite side of the surface. By sliding, one passes to the other side, since the other side is nothing but the opposite direction. If there's nothing to see behind the curtain, it is because everything is visible, or rather, all possible science is along the length of the curtain. It suffices to follow it far enough, precisely enough, and superficially enough in order to reverse sides and make the right side become the left and vice versa. It is not therefore a question of the adventures of Alice, but of Alice's adventure. Her climb to the surface, her disavowal of false depth, her discovery that everything happens at that border. This is why Carroll abandoned the original title of the book, Alice's Adventures Underground. It's an interesting fact, by the way. So it's his breakdown of Alice, and then ultimately through the looking glass, which again is about the play at the surface, not the depth. The faint incorporeal mist which escapes bodies, a film without volume which envelops them, a mirror reflecting them, a chessboard on which they're organized according to plan. Alice is no longer able to make her way through the depths. Instead, she releases her double. It's by following the border, skirting the surface, one passes from bodies to the incorporeal. Paul Valéry had a profound idea. What is most deep is the skin. This is a Stoic discovery, which presupposes a great deal of wisdom and entails an entire ethic. There's a whole bunch of shit there with... there's a whole bunch of shit in there that we could be going through. But at the basic, the lines that get to Lewis Carroll, the tree greens, the scalpel cuts, the battle will or will not take place. It is in front of the trees Alice loses her name. It is a tree which Humpty Dumpty addresses without looking at Alice. Recitations announce battles, and everywhere there are injuries and cuts. But are these examples, or rather is the case that every event is of this type, a forest, a battle, and wound, all the more profound since it occurs at the surface? Sorry. Usually logicians don't allow truth, predicate, and formal logic. I mean, right. That's kind of... I mean, formal. That's its own discussion. The whole point of this is actually that they do that. He will get into, don't worry, formal logic and his critique of it as a thing. The Valéry quote itself that he uses, which I do really like. What is the most deep is the skin. Justine Bateman is an actress. Wrote an amazing book called 2 feet of skin, 3 feet of skin, about the face and how the face and how it operates, the way that we're able to actually see or experience the world through the same skin, the same face, the same look, the same everything. And over time, we see as we've smiled more or frowned more or been hurt or scarred or cried or winced or crowed, like all of these things become marked into our skin. It's not that there's something deeper than that. Not for Valéry. For him, it's that what is most deep is the skin, the surface between which our inner body and the rest of the world interact. That thing that is both protection but also naked vulnerability. This is the most deep thing that we have. That's the idea. At least a little bit. Sorry for the long ramble. Does that help, Cal, a little bit?
I think I understand it better. It's one of those things where I don't know if I fully understand something until like a few days later where I've fully mulled it over. So.
And it's a lot of his references are very much older and play into a space where a lot of people think, oh yeah, no, I saw the movie, I saw Alice in Wonderland. It's like, look, you gotta read
the book.
Yeah, and the books are complicated. I recommend the annotated Alice. I always have. It's a really fantastic way to get through it, but it's
an annotated Alice?
there is the Annotated Alice, which is Through the Looking Glass and Alice in Wonderland, both. And it's literally with annotations down both sides on it. It's incredible because there are little lines in there that will come into play here where what Carroll has done is he's taken like common songs and rhymes and nursery rhymes of his time and written parodies of them in Alice in Wonderland and made them nonsense. But because none of us lived in this time period, most of them, I can't imagine anyone actually has ever heard in their lifetime. And so you kind of have this weird, like, you read it and you're like, oh, cool. That's good, I guess. And it's like, no, that's like the opposite. And the whole point was like how he changed the words or what he set up or how it was done. And then Deleuze uses that. And so like, you have to know the original, you have to know the way Carroll wrote it. And then you have to read Deleuze to get to it. And it's like, it's a bunch of shit to read. It's a lot to read.
Right.
It's a lot. I know. And we're not actually all the way through. I'm kind of just stopping here because the brunt of what we're talking about is this thing of the surface effects, where we have the bodies, which are the bodies of things, the abyss of non-meaning. There's no meaning. There's just a bunch of shit, the chaos. And then we're like wandering the surface and or surveying it, you could say, and looking at it from above, and we're noticing and putting things together in certain ways that seem to repeat, that seem to do this, but the bodies themselves aren't like doing stuff. We're just noticing this stuff. And at the surface, we begin creating sense. So we see trees. We say, oh, look at how green that tree is. But the leaves are green, but we're able to understand it because of how we make sense of things. And so, but understanding that process is the point of logic of sense all the way through. It's like Roger's saying, it's for Deleuze, language itself doesn't signify. But that's again, that's Deleuze's the way Deleuze talks about language. But when he talks about signification and how it sort of operates, it's not like he doesn't think signification's a thing. It's not like he doesn't think that the Oedipus complex will ever exist or that there's any such thing that will ever be. It's about the sort of determinist, fatalist version of it, where it's like signification means this sign means this thing. But it's not for Deleuze. For him, it's the process of how sense is made utilizes these things. And once you start understanding actually how this process operates, how it takes advantage of or covers up becoming, how it traps desire in various things, this shifts how you're able to generate and make meaning. And that version does not have signification because there isn't signification at the baseline. So it's like a whole thing. Proust and Signs is, if you want a great read on that, Proust and Signs is fantastic. He really goes into it. Logic of Sense is going to be getting there because at some point he starts going into the way that like signification isn't how we're able to ever actually say what something means because it necessarily relies on other signifiers and it kind of goes on forever. It's like the idea of what does the word mean? Well, let me look it up in a dictionary and I have other words that will tell me what it means. Yeah, what do those words mean? Well, they mean stuff these other words say that they mean. And you kind of eternally go through that cycle because there's no like ground for it. It doesn't end. And that's the big deal for him when we start talking about like the logic of sense making, the logic of sense. It's a big deal. Is that fair, Roger? He's still eating. And yes, you do need to read Sylvia and Bruno. It does help with this. Sylvia and Bruno. If you haven't read it, by the way, you should read it anyway, because I think it might be my favorite thing Carroll wrote. And I didn't even know that until like I came across it because of this book, I don't know, like a decade ago. And I went to go read it and it's phenomenal. Sylvia and Bruno is, I don't want to say like a mature version of Alice in Wonderland, but I think that makes sense. Does that make sense, Ben? Ben's not talking either. That's perfectly fine too.
I don't know that I would necessarily call it a mature. I mean, yes, but
It's not as absurd or crazy, but it's also not like buttoned up and tight, right? It plays with things in really interesting ways. And
yeah. I mean, it absolutely does. It mature in one aspect. I would say it's like a more mature story in that Lewis Carroll has matured in his writing, but I don't necessarily. And I mean, I guess, yeah, it's like there's the whole like actual story, which isn't Sylvie and Bruno, which is just like a guy falling in love with. I mean, like, yeah, it's more mature. But like,
let me say it slightly
Wonderland.
differently. It's not like Alice in Wonderland, but my experience of reading it, when I read Alice in Wonderland when I was younger, and then when I was like 11 or 12 and I read Through the Looking Glass like fully, like the experience of that was really like brain cracking in a really fun way. It really fucked with stuff, and I enjoyed that. I was in my early 30s when I read Sylvie and Bruno, and it had that same experience. If that makes sense. That's why I equate them. Does that make sense, Ben?
Yeah. So, yeah. Sylvie and Bruno is definitely its own thing, though. It's like
no, it is, but it's very good. It's very good, and it's very interesting, and it makes you think of things differently.
Fair enough.
So suggested. Excellent. Okay. So to move off logic of sense, I know LJ, you've been dying to have a bunch of questions in here at some point and talk about some stuff. Did you?
Okay, so I do have some question, but it's not particularly related to the material we are reading right now. So
That's fine. This is not for. Well, wait. You mean the material that's being read at all in the QC, or just logic of sense?
No. Just for the office hour. I mean, I can prioritize the other people. It's more related to like some things between psychoanalysis and Marxism, which is kind of far away from the books that you were just talking about some moments ago. So if people are still on that topic, I will just listen in and try to read a little bit more.
I think I'm down to take a moment and make a switch, and then we'll if we end up going a little bit over, I think we're at hour 17ish. If we hit 1:30, 1:45, we'll probably move on to the Dougie Lane video and see if we can make sense of some scientific Marxism, I guess. Scientific socialism, I think, is the term, I think.
So we do have a somehow specific plan on what we want to read for the next rest of the office hour, right?
No. That's why it's kind of an open thing. It's, hey, what do we want to talk about? What do people need help with? I wanted to force and bully Cal to get in here because I wanted to do some logic of sense and work through that. So thank you, Cal, for letting me bully you, and then leave. Yeah, we can switch it up. Let's do it.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Okay, so let me see if okay, so I think I'm gonna go with the canon ones, because since I was just asking my professor about this. Originally I started asking her what is the boundary of biopower, because it doesn't feel like there is that much of a thing that can say what is not biopower if you analyze some of the adult schizophrenia. Let me see. I want to make sure, okay, I'm not exactly looking for a concrete answer to some question, I just want to make sure that the question I am studying is not a mask of another question. Okay, so I don't want to feel I don't want to feel like I am asking this question that is looks like Marxism, but it's actually about signifiers, because in some part of the Marxism, I believe it's volume 3 of the capitalism, or of the Capital. They're saying, oh, there is this thing between necessity and freedom, right? And if you consider some sort of neoliberal propaganda, then they have a certain kind of description between what is necessity and what is freedom. And the way that neoliberal propaganda proposed the relation to the other is very, very, very specific. And I wonder is if this thing is about how people negotiate signifiers within different groups, because that seems to be under the neoliberal propaganda, or is this some sort of undescribed materiality that nobody understood but still functioning in certain ways? Okay, I understand that the way I ask it is very very strange or even confusing. I'm going to give you a
I wouldn't say
very big
confusing.
example.
I would definitely say it's complicated, but I don't think it's an uncomplex question, so I don't fault the phrasing of it at all.
Yeah. It's just, I've been studying some of these for a while, and I haven't had the chance to ask you. For example, okay, I'm going to give you some very...
An example would be beautiful.
Yes. Okay. So there is this older Chinese woman, how we all like call them aunties, even if they're not family related. Okay. And per the pleasure of the schizoanalysis, I'm going to give you the most recent conversation I had with her is about a billionaire that she knows, and her daughter knows, because her daughter moved from San Diego to Vegas. And in Vegas, there are these group of people that tend to hang around each other. And there's someone, his name is either Andrew, Anthony, or whatever. There's someone that got really rich during NFT. The first few rounds of scamming, when they do the NFT, this person become a billionaire. And then there is this, she was describing a Korean person that works under this billionaire. And she was saying, yeah, her, like, the daughter in the family, she's like super dumb because she's paid off by the family. And she go into the example of how this woman in the family were paid massive amount of money when she was in high school for tutoring. And she also alluded that this daughter paid her way into Dartmouth. And she also says that, because her family is very established as the father in the family is very established in Korea as a professor, and the brother in the family is very hardworking. Her brother have paid off everything that cost money in her weddings. And then this another part about her stuff, a relevant thing about her is that she would complain to me. She has been complaining to me for a very long time about how useless her husband is. Her husband, she was saying, look at this useless Mr. Wang. He is like, all of his older classmates have had all these companies. They earn big monies, but look at your auntie. Look at your Uncle Juan. He is like working under the same boss for 15 years and can't even wash the dishes right. And she would invite a younger woman than her, probably maybe 10 or 15 years younger. And then she would complain to me, oh, look at this woman. She's like trying to hold the hand and touch him here and there a little bit to really insinuate something. Of course, she wants to take my husband away from me. And she was saying, like, why would I even want to stay in the marriage if there is no connection here, right? So, the way she described how this massive amount of money that was transferred in Vegas and then directly jumped to this Korean family where they have some sort of a dumb woman type that everything is paid off by the thing from the family, and then they keep going between Korea and the United States to get
Okay,
citizenship.
I'm following. We
Yeah.
can stop there. I don't know if I need a ton more. So,
Yeah. I wonder,
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder. I have some other example, and those examples are actual schizophrenic. And this is the woman that is it's almost reading textbook example of some of the past readings I have. And this person is not schizophrenic. This person doesn't seem to have any sense of mental illness. Although, if she go to see a psychiatrist, she might have, but she is a very well-adapted individual that live in Southern California. And can this be answered by Marxism? My question is very simple. Can this even be analyzed by the whatever materiality, the hardcore materiality that my professor kind of looked down upon? Because she says she's a Marxist, but she tells people to go beyond materialism. And none of the university students that she was really.
So let's take a couple things in a row. So the first is the challenge of the word materialism is that itself is going to be an issue. And there are people who, I have to go with my favorite line ever said by people about materialism, and that's by Luna Oi and her Idiot Man. And he had a line where he said, "You're talking about hypotheticals. That's idealism. I'm a materialist." That's not that understanding of what materialism is confusing, because what really that is that's more of a physicalism at best, and I'm not even sure that it goes that far. Materialism itself is an understanding that the material realities of the world, the things that things are made of and how things interact, produce people, produce society, and the material of this stuff is what matters. Now, what that is, a physicalism or anything else, that's not really the relevant question. It's a question about the materialism at the base. There's a lot of ways people go about this. Like, for Deleuze, for example, and Guattari and a lot of people that have come off and around that time, I would even say this is true of like Zizek and others. Materialism involves desire, libidinal desire as a thing. There is sort of this very particular vein of it. This means that all things have a materiality to them, that there is a setup, that there is a thing that is material, and that material desire is ultimately productive of all things. Now, materialism stops for a lot of these guys at some point when you start talking about ideas or symbols or other stuff. Deleuze and Guattari, I think, cover that bridge nicely. Ben, we can hear you. Ben. All right, I'm going to mute Ben.
Sorry.
You're good.
Changing my laundry. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
That's okay. We were hearing your laundry. It was lovely. So that's like, when I talk about materialism, I tend to be in that specific thing. But there is like the idea of some hardline people who call themselves Marxists who talk about dialectical materialism. They want to talk about materiality being distinct from mind, dialectically structured, that material reality as a thing is primary, with consciousness coming from the material. It's dialectically interrelated, but not material itself. So Lenin goes pretty heavily in this, his materialism, imperiocentrism, and a few other things. That's that direction. Others talk about historical materialism, which is like taking dialectical materialism and talking about the social development of history. Like, there's a lot of ways you can take materialism. So when I say, for me, not so Oedipus, dialectical materialism being Dietzkin and not Marx, any of these things, you could say all of these things are Marx. Like it's doing that thing where it's like, well, mine's the right way. I'm hesitant to. I read mine through Deleuze, through Marx. And, you know, the great tragedy of life is that Deleuze was working on his tome on Marx when he died. So that sucks. But for me, it's that direction. So when we talk about Marxism and, hey, what is the material conditions? What's the materiality of this? The easy version of all the stories you just said is, to me, the Deleuzian, Guattarian take, which is the things that Auntie was talking about here. There are very clearly specific social investments that are taking precedence. There is a force within her, forces of desire within her that are pushing towards things and attracting her or bringing to her attention specific things like debt and money and earning and justice and that kind of thing. Who gets this? Who gets that? Those social rules and investments in those social rules is a thing that we are early on formed by, pattern matched by, built into through the axiomatizing side of capital. Everyone does as a thing. So when we talk about it, I tend to look at it that way. A materialist, like a dialectical materialist, would say, well, look, her conditions were this of class. Did she start higher class or lower class? Oh, she was a working class daughter in Korea. So from there, you can kind of guess where her brain works. And that's kind of the Lacan or Freud way as well.
Yes. Okay, so we are getting closer to this, like framing this question in a different way so it gets more clear. So I guess another way of looking at this question is that it seems like people like her has certain immunity to materiality or to the production and consumption reality in the society. And I was asking the professor about the biopower and whether it relates to this, and then she just gave me, I don't know, right? Because most of the time, if you look at people that's similar to her, they have a very clear pattern where they came to the United States physically. They didn't, they were not online. They are not under certain kind of political regime that has the big name of whatever American geopolitics. They physically came to the United States, and then they go into a mode where, everything I do right now is efficient. Everything I do right now is meaningful because I'm going to create a kid that will live for me. So everything I do is for the benefit of someone else, for example, my children. And whenever my children achieve something, then I will be able to actually achieve something, even if I didn't do anything, right? So from a very surface level thing, this looks like a plain example of biopower. However, if you look at the way that these people are neurotic, you cannot really find a way to attach these things to whatever production and consumption that people usually talk about. That's why I wanted to make a distinction. Is this something about biopower or is this about something else? For example, there's a very closely related to, they are not personally related, okay? I'm just going to say, there is a person that has a certain kind of schizogenic, they are having delusions. And the psychiatrist didn't know why. I don't know if that person was taking medication or not. I think they're doing something to the Medicaid and then something changed. Long story short, this person felt certain kind of call of the George Floyd events and the events that came after. And they came back from the march in Minnesota and directly come back to California, and then they become full blown delusional. They think the machines have consciousness. They think the police are trying to persecute them in a certain way. They think their family did something in their backyard and secretly torture people. So at exactly the same time period, I was observing this person that become fully delusional after they decided to go with this social currents of George Floyd and the events that come after his name is known, right? So is there something that resists whatever materiality but somehow is within this field of schizoanalysis? I mean, I think I am understanding what the
schizoanalysis and biopower don't gel. So let's start with that. As a thing that they don't gel and they don't work together. Deleuze is directly critical of the concept of biopower. for a whole bunch of
that's-
reasons. The biggest
Yeah,
for me is it presumes the body as like a closed itself thing. I have issues with this. It presumes power as the first thing, which I don't. Desire comes first for me. I believe that Deleuze did a lot of very good work, and so did Guattari, to make the case that this is the case. We start getting into like what these things are, or how biopower plays into these. Like there is a really fun thing you can do when you start talking about biopower and how it works and plays. Like it's good as a critical lens, like to sort of think with, but the very idea of itself is that life goes beyond the biological, like to privilege biological and power like themselves is almost it feels, I mean, even when I was like really into Foucault a little bit, it still felt weird that like it was privileging the biological and powerful as things when there's just a massive amount of other shit. And so it's a challenge for me. It's a challenge.
They're not properly deconstructed in some of these, because I was, one of the things I asked the professor was that, if biopower is not able to give a more meaningful answer, because it seems like it's not explaining anything, then what kind of stuff could be explaining, some people, when they go to march after George Floyd is killed, and then they become schizophrenic. And some people, they can be the most racist, classist person that you have ever met, and then somehow they don't become schizophrenic, right? I mean, there's a lot of similarities between these people that I study. I don't have the time to go into detail today, but I'm just saying, like, if you look at this person, you would want to ask the question, okay, is this about how different kind of signifiers plays into almost a tribalism thing?
No. It is actually, this is one of the things I really like about the idea of, and I'm going to pull back slightly in a second, because people are like, wait, biopower, what do I mean? So I'm going to do a little bit of back, but the way schizoanalysis functions is bypassing these things and instead allowing the person, the analysand, to interact with the world and seeing what interests them, attracts them, repels them, pushes them, and realize that mass of complexity is actually what is at function in everything. That there isn't a symbolic element of, oh, you have problems with your father, that's why you're here. No, if you have problems, hey, by the way, your dad beat the shit out of you every single fucking day, and that's why you have trouble talking to people. It's not that your dad did that. Hey, every day the guy next door came to your house and beat the shit out of you, and now you're scared talking to people. Like, it doesn't matter, it's your dad. Like, the realities of life, the material experiences that build and teach us how to build and condition how we understand things, it bypasses a lot of that. So when someone's talking and someone is ranting, and this includes you just now, it includes me when I do it, it includes Auntie, it includes everyone. You can see where their investments are in what they're talking about and how. And by using that method, it gives you a much better understanding of the drives and how people are pushing and how to deal with them. Biopower itself, just to sort of go back, biopower is a Foucauldian sort of Michel Foucault. Order of Things is a good book. I still like it. I think it's got great stuff. Biopower is his sort of reaction to like Marxism as like a thing. That's really what it came by, at least again, in my mini shit history of things. Marx was really big on class struggle. And we ended up in this really weird place in the 40s, 50s, and 60s that like Marxist materialism, just this class idea, didn't really function as it used to anymore. Instead, life became about management of life to Foucault. And the form of power that emerged in modernity was the management of the body, that it's not about managing classes or castes or production to Foucault. It's about how the body was managed. And biopower is an analysis, a materialist analysis of that goes beyond the economic and instead talks about the regulations of bodies and populations and parts. I have many issues with a whole bunch of it. It's interesting stuff. I'm not going to say it's not interesting. It's not good. Like, it's just, I have my own issues with it. I'm not a big fan of Agamben. I think he kind of sucks for the most part. I don't like a lot of his writing. I don't like a lot of these guys. I think the best I think I've read is like Gross, Gross's biopower with feminism, which is an interesting sort of read. It's part of the new materialist movement, whole thing. But again, it's a whole setup. And again, there's like Nigri and Hart who tend to be associated with Deleuze and Foucault and all these guys. Not necessarily for me. That's what biopower is. For Deleuze, we want to step sort of beyond these ideas, and we want to basically play with them in a very, very different way. We want to talk about life beyond organism. In fact, Anti-Oedipus and 1,000 Plateaus, and I would say Deleuze's most stunning philosophical achievement in line with Guattari, is doing away with the break between the mechanistic and the organic, which is something that I think is natural inside of someone like Foucault, where it's biopower is not about the mechanistic, it's about the organic only, like explicitly. But there's a lot of mechanistic shit out there. So wait, that has no impact on it? That doesn't imply that's not something we then play with? Well, that problematic structure, Deleuze and Guattari build through the body without organs a way for us to actually not talk of them as two things, but instead understand how they come together in production and how the mechanistic and the organic are actually not really different things. They're more regimes of the same stuff. This thing, the body without organs itself, is a radical alternative to traditional materialism, which tends to privilege the mechanistic or the organic, depending on kind of where you land. Because the BWO itself is not mechanistic. It is absolutely not organic, but is instead this plane of intensities, this surface of recording that naturally resists organization and functioning parts that doesn't work at all inside of biopower. Like that basically tosses it aside. And
I agree with what you said. So let me ask you this question. Do you think this question, the schizophrenic or not question, can that question be partially explained by how public a signifier is?
So it depends on how you're going about this. Now you're asking my opinion. This is not going to be deep philosophical. I'm not going to have references for this. This is now my opinion. Feel free to throw it out and tell me I suck.
Time for a very thorough one.
So just be ready. You can throw this out if you want, but the bigger question is how you're utilizing it and what you mean by all of that. So the power a signifier has, an example would be the American flag. Let's just talk about the publicity and the publicness of that versus the Nazi flag someone hides in their barn. Which one arouses them more? How does that work? Is it affected by how much is popular, how many other people are into it? Of course, these things are impacted, but it's not that those things are impacted because people care about what other people care about. Again, this is about being invested in and attracted to the structures and the production of things. The bureaucrat aroused as he runs his fingers across files is not really a joke in Anti-Oedipus. It's instead, he's aroused by the nature of all of this. I've met people who are organization type A freaks, and I've met people who are the term is like butterflies, people who scatter stuff everywhere and everything's always available to them when they organize. But when they see their stuff, they are emotionally or physically aroused and brought forth. This thing is not in the thing they're seeing, but instead the structure of it. So when someone is invested in the structure of what is publicly allowed, or they want to be accepted publicly, or they're invested in how that process works, you will see them be more interested in those elements because the interest, which is pre-conscious, not unconscious, their interests are sort of taught to them through time. Someone is Korean pre-consciously, not unconsciously. Someone is poor or wealthy or a loser or whatever it may be pre-consciously, but unconsciously the investments are out there. So the way that these things interact is that they will find systems to be invested in. They will find pre-conscious places to insert themselves and find that literal direct attraction. And through this, they will then consume everything, all the intensities made through all these connections, and pretend that they're the ones that did it the whole time, and pretend the cause was that thing outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you said, but if these are satisfactory explanations, then she should not feel the need to destroy the relationship between her daughter and her boyfriends.
I mean, why not? I would. I totally get that she would do that.
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, like, these explanation, there should be somehow a limit, right? If you
Oh,
look at,
no.
I mean, okay, let's not. I mean,
If I may,
I
I'm going to
understand.
give you an example. I want to actually give an example.
Okay,
Heroin addict. Do we say,
okay,
do,
that's,
no, it's a real
okay,
one. Do we say a heroin addict wanted to destroy their family? Do we say a crack addict wanted to pull a mattress into an abandoned building and sleep there for the next 3 weeks and lose everything? That it's not really that. It's the nature of all of the things that are pressures put people in positions, and they feel like they have to make choices, and they claim them for themselves. So when someone says, "Hey, look, this is for the best." We see right now in our country, Donald Trump is actively saying the thing that I said he would be saying. And I mean, I'm not alone. A lot of people said this, that he's going to say for months that prices are shit and that a president should fix it. And as soon as he's in power, he's going to say, look, this is just part of the pain of change. And people will accept it. And they kind of fucking are. Like a lot of his followers are. So this weird thing happens where people are, hey, this is the pain you're supposed to experience, or the pain I must inflict upon you. This hurts me more than it hurts you, but it's for the better good. That mix of nightmares is the investment in those structures, is the investment in preconscious investment in those things.
I think I understand what you mean, because there are certain things about how I was raised is very much in constant accordance with such saying. But is there some sort of internal limit for such things, or does it function just like a drug that people can't get enough of, right? Because for example, very concretely, this auntie person, like, she cannot stop thinking about how white people do things. The way to behave, the way to be good, to be bad, it's always about white people. But
Right.
is there a limit to being a white person, even if she doesn't know what being a white person means, because she is not a white person, right?
I have a friend who, when growing up, her father was outright racist. Like, I would just say outright racist. Like, not a little bit, like uncomfortably so in the 90s. So just think about what that meant back then.
I don't know what that means, to be honest, because I was
openly saying the N-word when friends would visit. I remember going over the first time, and he was watching Judge Judy, and he said, "Look at this Jewish bitch telling everyone what they should be doing." This is what he said to us. It's the first thing he ever said to me was that sentence. So it was like, oh, wow, what? Like, it was a thing that I just was stunned by. She married a black guy who the dad loves. Now, how did this happen? How did you get there? Did you find a way? Did he have a breakthrough? No. He's one of the good ones. Because again, none of these things are that thing. There is not the signifier of race. There's what race means and what all of these things mean, and by investments in that larger system. So when a guy comes in, and he's a lighter skinned black guy, to be fair, and he's business major, which the dad, to him, that's not what black is, which is fucking wild. But again, what is the limits? This is the investment in these things. It's, to him, this guy's not a black guy, and he talks like, oh, fucking, these people are so wild. But that thing that he is, these things that these people play with, they're not the thing. We see it as such. We talk about it as such. And if we go back, this is why, by the way, everything always works together. Logic of sense, when we're talking about the cause and what things are, and we're talking about, oh, this is because the tree is green because of these things. This happens because of that. It's like, no, we kind of are making sense of the things as they go.
Yeah, but I think I understand at least mostly what you're trying to say. It's like they have a private understanding of what being black means here. Is that what you're saying?
Even worse than that. Again, they probably do. I'm not going to take that from them, but more specifically, they have an unconscious investment in the entirety of the world and the structures of it. And they have a pre-conscious investment of what those things mean and where their place is socially. So when they actually go out, think of it as this massive octopus with 1 billion arms, and they're connecting with everything. And they're out in the world, they're grabbing the stuff that they want to grab. They're connecting the stuff they want to connect with. They're ignoring the stuff that they don't see as important or that they don't notice. And they're rejecting the things that they're repulsed by because of those investments. It is not that they are actively doing a thing. People talk about an octopus, and actually an octopus is a great version of this. An octopus doesn't try to escape tanks. This is like not the way to think of it. And it's actually, it puts them in a position where you're like, oh, they must have absolute and total understanding of everything. Like, no, their legs kind of communicate with each other and also with their brain at once. And we don't really know how it all works, but they're just constantly stimulated, interacting, and doing shit. And when we don't put them in the position of saying, oh, they have one goal and then another and another, and studies have shown this is the way they work. Instead, what they do is everything's going, and they're kind of able to figure stuff out because they don't have a goal. We don't do that with them. We're able to understand them. We shouldn't do it with people either. People are like that octopus. They're constantly being stimulated. They're constantly responding, and it's not the bigger thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but I just feel like, there are still certain, they're unconsciously invested, but there still are something that is kind of private, right? Because in a way that it is like a schizogenic.
Just real quick, because I saw it in chat. When I say one of the good ones, I do not mean I think that this guy was one of the good ones. If you haven't heard the phrase, it is if you're not amongst racist white people from the last 70 years, entirely possible. The way that people operate with their racism is they tend not to completely reject everyone who is a race. Instead, they actually choose out people, and they use the phrase, and it is the phrase, he's one of the good ones. When you talk about, and Trump has said this about Mexicans. Trump has said this about immigrants. He's said this about foreigners of all sorts. This is how these people talk. They use the phrase, he's one of the good ones, which is the most insane, awful shit. And it's awful, but this is the phrasing they use. I'm saying I am not the racist fuck. Okay, I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying he's one of the good ones and that most are bad. That's the phrasing that racists use. That's the phrasing this guy used. Just to clear up.
Yeah. So doesn't that at least raise some surface level of how they think, but they believe in these issues privately or publicly, or
do they believe is a great question. I would argue that no one believes. It's one of the things I love about Nietzsche. It's my phrasing of it. And Deleuze runs with this as well. People don't really believe, but they believe that they believe almost. That the belief is not like an internal thing, I have a belief, but instead that they are somehow finding ways to have the structure of what seems like that same belief. And it's really fascinating when you break it down that way. Nietzsche has a huge amount on this.
It's like make accordance in the action of belief. Would that be a little bit closer to what you were trying to say?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Make accordance in the action of believing.
Yes, I think it's investment in the way belief works. I know a huge number of people. Well, let me put it this way: how many people believed in Kamala Harris? Like, I do not think. I think there's some for sure. How many people believed in Biden? How many people believed in Trump? It's a real question. I think most people don't believe in them, but they believe that they believe in them, or they believe in some combination of things. I didn't believe in Kamala Harris. I voted for her because God. Same reason I voted for Biden. Same reason I voted for Hillary. Same reason I voted for fucking Obama. Like, that's the feeling. I'm not saying I don't believe she exists. But we don't really believe in things anymore. We're in a cynical age. We don't believe, there aren't religious people who believe. There's an old Joe Rogan joke I actually like where he says, you'll never find a Catholic suicide bomber because none of us really believe it that much. And it's kind of a great line because it's this thing that has happened to us, especially in the West, the alienation, the way belief works, the way that we talk about it. But Nietzsche and Deleuze run with it and go, it's not so much about belief. There's like, do people believe in stuff? No, but somehow they were able to keep the beliefs without the believing in something. And it's kind of an interesting line.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm starting to understand what you're saying. It's, if you look at how a Lacanian analyst might explain these things, they might say something similar, right? It's like you don't need to have a very concrete belief in order to behave in this very systematic way that matches some claims in, maybe they call it unconscious, maybe something else. And I don't even want to go.
If you want to go Lacanian, we can, because Zizek wrote a book called On Belief that was like before he went terrible. Like it's a good one. Another one called The Puppet and the Dwarf, about he did a lot of explorations into Christianity, and he liked to talk about that only Christians can be atheists. And I've always liked how he talked about this, because I think he's getting at something. I don't think he's doing it the right way, but he's getting at something. This idea that an atheist who denies any of these things is one thing, but a Christian who actually accepts the death of Christ and the death of God is actually capable of becoming an atheist. Because, and so...
yeah, that's pretty easy to understand.
And it's kind of that thing when we talk about what we believe or what has passed or how we've changed our minds on something. It's like we're playing in these kinds of things. And yes, Zizek did go terrible. His latest shit has been not very good, and it's been weird. And he's trying, but he's trying to maintain Zizek rather than do new Zizek, which is a shame. I like a lot of his old stuff.
About the book On Belief that is related to cases like, well, not cases, but peoples like this.
I mean, I think it touches into specifically what you're talking about, because for him, it's about how we think of belief today. Again, you're much more in the psychoanalytic space. I think you would find it very, very enlightening, because it's from psychoanalytic thought, Lacanian specifically. He pulls from, as he always does, movies, and there's a TV show or two I can think of to start talking about how I think the phrase that he uses is that there's nothing worse for believers than finding out their beliefs are true. And again, it's a great line, and there's a great reason he's saying it. There's nothing worse for believers than their beliefs turning out to be true. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's surprisingly accurate around some of these cases I study for some reason. But yeah, they need an other to also hold the non-belief part. But I think I understand what this means, and I don't even understand why. But I will check out the book.
Highly suggested. It's good. It's actually, and again, this was, I think it's like, I want to say, I picked it up just after 9/11. So we're talking about, it's been a while since it came out. I think it still applies. It's been a while. In my head, it's hitting a lot of what you're talking about, and it's, I think, very good.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thing can be explained itself as a schizoanalysis, because, it's almost as if there's one little thing that makes the world falls apart, and then they need other people to believe in that little thing in order to keep them separate and immersed in the larger reality at the same time. So for me, it feels very similar as schizoanalysis, because sometimes, I try to keep a clear line between what is the usual discourse in psychoanalysis and versus what is in the definition of schizoanalysis. Otherwise, it gets blurred really fast. It gets blurred sometimes without people even realizing. So, sometimes these grounds, sometimes they collapse. And I try to go to the direction of Jouissance, but it does not hold very well. So I think there is a clear necessity, if you look at some of these neoliberal consequences of the economy, and then the traditional kind of model.
I think you play with that to touch directly into what you're talking about. I think Brian Masumi, who wrote a book, some user's guide to, God damn it, what the fuck is this book called?
Perversion.
I hate clever titles. There's very few things I hate. A user's guide to capitalism and schizophrenia.
Wait. Oh,
is his book on?
This book is incredible.
It's very good. It's a very good one. Not perfect, but it's very good and helps. Brian Masumi.
What's the title?
A user's guide to capitalism and schizophrenia.
Okay.
Which I like the framing.
It really should just be called like a crash course in
It
Young's
absolutely
life.
should be. It's an over clever title, which I hate internally.
That might be one of the reason. That might be one of the reasons I haven't got on top of this book yet. But thank you. I will go check it out. I thought that some of the if it's a more of like a summary course, some of the GJEX writing could be sufficient, but I think this is a little bit more too sharp in the schizogenic conditions.
It will be. I think on belief, and then 1 second. Catherine Malibu's The New Wounded. I just had to look at my shelf of Malibu. And that's not. That's not. Just 1 second. Catherine Malibu. I'll post a PDF in a minute.
Okay. I might be interested in starting some of these reading groups together. I think it's pretty relevant, honestly. And also there are some of the readings that it's canon, but it's still relevant. For example, some parts of the seminar, I'm trying to organize some group that makes the Anti-Oedipus reading a lot easier for a lot of people, because I feel like directly.
That sounds wonderful. Let me know how I can support.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna toss a few Malibu books in here. So just to mention, because I'm going through my PDFs, Ontology of the Accident is what I believe is her best work, and it's incredibly short. It's like incredibly short, and it is powerful and interesting. The New Wounded is one I love specifically. It's From Neurosis to Brain Damage, is the subtitle, and then
send the list.
I will. Don't worry, I'm posting them in here. You're good. I'm going to be posting them.
Yeah. So one question about organizing our group. All
right, you got like 1 minute, and then I'm gonna force you to move on.
Yes. Sometimes there are a clear distinction between economy books versus psychoanalysis book. But if you are looking at someone like Catherine Liu and her writings about the professional managerial class, specifically in California, you can't really distinguish the two, because she's talking about exactly how they share these common features with each other. Now, do you feel like that should be appropriate for the reading group in this server? Because the economy part, how Marxism is. It started as a economy theory, and it goes into psychoanalysis a lot, and the psychoanalysis use Marxism a lot as well. So I just try to make sure.
I have so many issues with the concept of managerial class, like as a basis. So I have a bunch of issues there.
Okay, sure. Maybe not. Maybe we can critique it in some other channels. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time. I hope I didn't take too much time. It's very difficult to.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I just want to make sure we do move and we keep going, because I do want to get to the Douglas Lane thing, and I went way over what I thought I would. But again, I think this is a good discussion because it's about this shit. That's the whole point. It's about this shit.
Yeah. Applied schizanalysis reading for me.
Yeah, and again, when we talk about like ways that you can get into it that marries it, there is one book that is maybe Living Currency by Causality is probably the single most important book on economics I've read, actually. And I say that with what I consider AO to be partially about economics, or if not significantly. I think Living Currency, what Causality does is astonishing by finding, basically you can see in Anti-Oedipus the stuff that Deleuze kind of, I don't want to say glances over, but utilizes and continues to utilize throughout all of his works. And Living Currency is astonishing. It is an economic, psychological masterpiece. Those would be my recommendations. But I made a promise that for those of you who stuck around. So last thing, I'm just going to ask, is there any last questions for the open office before I make the switch to Mark? Oh, I hear a voice.
I think what LJ was talking about kind of segues into stuff I wanted to ask.
Let's do it.
I get, since you're already running long, I'll try to condense.
No, you're good. Do it.
I did more specifically want to ask because I think like when I first came to the server, I think it was like one of the first interactions we had was your assertion that Mark Fisher is a reactionary.
Yes.
And I guess I wanted an elaboration on that.
Okay. So let's take, should I do a greatest hits of? Because I could talk about this fucking forever.
I mean, just, bullet points,
The thrust of his major works are all focused around ideology. He ostensibly claims to come from a Deleuzian tradition, right?
Yeah. Acid communism, etc.
Yeah. So problem one is ideology is not a thing for Deleuze. Flatly. Like that's kind of like the end of the conversation. Ideology is a false category for the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my TV's yelling at me. No, I don't. What the fuck? So that's one. He's steeped in ideology in ways that are necessarily itself reactionary. A great example. Google. Stop it. Jesus Christ. Let's take the way he talks about how there will be no more new genres of music. The fun part of that is like it's creating the conditions for the thing that he's saying. There are an infinite number of genres of music because genre is necessarily a categorization that plays back to a Platonic ideal in which we're always trying to see if something is true this or true that. The silliness of this on its face is not something he wasn't confronted with at the time. It's something he disagreed with. It's a silly position for him to have taken. And also, again, it is definitionally reactionary. The thing that he did at his base level is that thing of fascising that we see Nick Land do, that we saw the rest of the CCRU do, the reaction against what is a truly universal message that's playing into these things and how he utilized his critique of identity politics not being one of enabling a multiplicity of people, but instead specifically defending hegemony and white men, which is like, come on, dude, get the fuck over that shit. Are you kidding me? He had very few things, I would say, that themselves are revolutionary conceptually. The idea of acid communism is cute, but it plays on like a handful of very specific things. The first is it plays on, all right, well, we need to figure out a new version of communism. Good job. The second thing that it does is it implies that like acid or doing drugs or this other, it's like, okay, so it's like a weird version of communism. No, it's not really what he was getting at in theory. But again, the fact that I have to say that means he didn't do his fucking job. Like he didn't do his job. He didn't advocate for the things that people think he advocated for inside of his writings.
Mm.
And it's a challenge for me. Like it's a deep challenge. The solution he gave to hauntology, I'd love someone to explain it to me at some point, because it seemed his work, as much as he said that there's this idea of this lost future or lost possibilities of things, and how he brought out hauntology or haunted by or whatever. It's like, okay, but like, what is that? Well, it's not really a creation of a concept. He created effectively a genre of critical theory that almost masturbates over itself with nostalgia. I've read a shitload of shit from hauntology, and there's always an undercurrent of actual love for nostalgia.
An ironic
itself.
nostalgia. Yeah.
And so that thing isn't helping. It's not Foreverism, for example. Phenomenal book on very much that same thing, the nature of nostalgia and how we sort of yearn for the past or future and all of this. It's not something that masturbates over itself and gets excited and says how good it is. It's literally talking through all of those things and breaking them down and fucking with them. And, yeah, there you go.
I haven't played the game, but is this basically what Disco Elysium is? Is that like the distillation of that mentality?
I don't have a finger on the pulse for what I would say is the common grasp of Disco Elysium. I found the game brilliant specifically because the dialogue system and how it was built throughout the entire thing is probably one of the most innovative RPG systems I'd ever seen at the time. And it's up there still. I'm not saying it's not anymore. I'm just like, the very fact of how you would put points into various like unconscious archetypes is a very cute idea, but they nailed it in a whole bunch of ways. The underlying thing of like what the story is or how that is like I never fell into that, and so I don't attach to the same way. So I'm not maybe the best person to sort of talk about it in that sense. It'd be tough for me to say that, but you see this a lot. I don't have, what I'm not doing is saying, oh, because something's popular, it can't be leftist. That's not true at all. I think there's a huge number of things that have emancipatory politics that are incredibly popular. It's all about how they sort of come about. But with specifically Mark Fisher, I've seen too many people read his books, specifically one book, and then get stuck in this place. They'll read that. They'll read 3 of his essays. I also don't appreciate his essay on Terminator. I think his cultural criticism was terrible. I've never gotten it. Some people may like it. It's a great thing, but he clearly lived in a place of nostalgia that was like this weird self-hating critique that he also enjoyed as he was doing it. Again, CCRU people across the board, very difficult for me to not just go, hey, they were the CCRU. There you go. It's tough. Yeah.
How do you think, because I mean, CCRU ostensibly were fans of Deleuze. What is it that they're doing, that they're trying to do with Deleuze and sucking at, or that they're getting wrong about it?
When people come to Deleuze, it is very easy to put yourself or your preconceived notions of it or your goals in place of reading the work. It's tougher with other philosophers. If you're going to read Hegel, for example, I mean, it happens with everyone. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen with everyone, but if you read Hegel, you read Kant, you read Spinoza, you read like these other writers who wrote in a way that that traditionally is more considered to be like analytic philosophy or more like proper philosophy. Like, I guess you could say very, very academic. The way they break down concepts, the way they create, puts you in a different spot because you're reading something as if it's an academic book, almost like a scientific book or a book on logic. You can't, like if you're reading symbolic logic, introduction to symbolic logic, you're not going to be like, well, I think it means this. Like it's direct. It's like boom, boom, boom. There's not a lot of room. But because people come to Deleuze and Deleuze uses language that is more open, well, I would say it's less open, but when you first come to it, it feels open. And if you don't have the background in the works and the things he's saying and the people that sort of inspired him and his time period, you'll come to it and, for example, you will say things like, oh, well, I desire cars. Desire is everywhere. It's like, okay, that's not what desire means. It's this challenge that Deleuze gives because he doesn't do the thing other people do. Lacan, despite all of his nightmares and how difficult he is, he doesn't let things go around. Like, he doesn't let you go around what he's saying. He's very particular to a point where it's almost fucking painful to read, but he's particular. Deleuze doesn't really do that because to him, language doesn't work like that. He's not interested in like writing a definitive work that says a thing. He's interested in writing a work that allows new things. And that is a very different beast. And so when you write a work that way, it's the way that you can find, and you do find, people taking something that is written, let's just say middle of the road or whatever, and some people are taking it to mean destroy everything, and others are taking it to mean be terrified of the world and do nothing. Like, you can take a lot from these things. And I don't think it's hard to see how anyone who's spent time in Deleuze will go, hey, look, the body without organs, I did not get for a long time. That thing, I appreciate, and I'm there. It's tough. But then you have people who like read 1,000 Plateaus first and start with One in Many Wolves because they liked wolves when they were in elementary school. This is a fucking person, by the way, I know. And they read that and they go, I get Deleuze. That makes total sense to me. I feel like I'm in a pack all the time. Fuck me, and it hurts. It's a real thing. This is what I like. It's hard to describe like how easy that is to happen because it is more poetic, even though it's not poetry. It is more poetic because they're building concepts, they're building ideas and playing with stuff. And because people tend to, and Jan puts it great in YouTube chat, the error is to individualize concepts instead of seeing them to be processual.
Yeah, I'm kind of identifying a kind of trend of solipsism.
It's when people see things as a thing, when they say things like, I'll give you an easy one that will anger people. Trump voters just support Trump blindly. Done. You're done. You're fucking cooked. You are cooked if that's how you talk about a group of 72 million people. Fuck off with that. There's no such thing as that. But doing that, instead of talking about the processes that people are caught up in, that vote that happened months ago is not now. That whatever some asshole said on Twitter
they're invested in structures and processes.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's the processes of things, the becomings that are constantly happening and shifting and changing, that there is no stable I. There never was and there never will be. There is the broken past that is basically hardened and only in our memories. Of all people, Alan Watts speaks of it best, that as we go through time, things become castles made of sand. And that's what they are. Memories are castles made of sand. We can see them, we can see their structure, but we can't touch them. We touch them, they fall apart. We try to hold them, and they fall through our fingers because they don't really exist. They're castles of sand. And in the future, we look to the future, and we presume we understand the course of things. We don't. And they're just ideas of things, but we're breaking our own potential by doing that. The book Dune as a series is about the nature of the virtual and the actual. And people don't see that, which is fine. But the way that a child who's riding a bike and learning to ride a bike, or even an adult driving a car, if you're staring at a tree, you're going to hit the tree.
Yeah.
And
Paul sees his future and he fixates on one certain aspect of it, then it kind of comes true.
And no one's different than that.
Right.
It's if you think your future is X, you are either going to do X or do the opposite. You're not going to put it out of your mind. Once someone tells you don't think about an elephant, you're either going to think about an elephant or try not to think about an elephant. You're not able to sidestep that because the nature of how we tend to look at the future, the nature of how we tend to exist is that of the thing, not the process. But if you look at the processes of how things come about, how things are formed, how things are built, which is what, to me, materialism from Marx is about. It's what Darwinism is about. It's what Nietzschean thought is about. It's what Spinozan thought is about. How do things come about? What are the forces at play that are constantly producing everything we're doing? And for Deleuze, that's everything. From the words we use, that the words I use don't even work how you think that they work, that you are doing other things with them that you can't even fathom. And all of this process, it's constantly happening. That awareness puts you in a position of understanding things better, being able to exert your own powers better to be able to understand your own internal mechanisms and external, and be able to work with the world as it's becoming rather than as it was in a sandcastle or as it will be as a tree in the middle of the road. That's a short version.
Yeah. So speaking of the tree that people staring at trees and running into them, it seems like there's this really strong tendency in I'll call it like the new left, the left that's ostensibly communist, anti-capitalist, but supposedly comes with this critique of, wokeness, and they think that the left lost its way because of identity politics. And, like people like, just name dropping, like Daniel Tutt, Doug Lane, Catherine Liu, Zizek himself, really, in a way, it's
not in a way,
turned
it's
that
okay.
direction.
It's okay. It's the big fuzzy bear goes the direction he goes, and we just need to be aware of it. And again, we also need to allow for tomorrow all of that to change. Because, again, they're produced. Zizek is trying to stay relevant to Zizek and trying to keep his money, investments, the things he cares. Like, he's just the same mechanism. It's not like Zizek is like a Zen sage who's like a master of everything and is living beyond us. Elon Musk is not living beyond us. We're all in these positions. What we have access to, what produces us, all of these things were different drastically, but the same forces are at play in all of us. No one's that interesting.
Yeah. So I think what I was getting at there was that, like, they seem to be staring at this tree that they seem to think is, that, the left lost its way because of identity politics, and that's what they fixate on. And yet, it seems to me that they don't really have a critique of identity politics as such. They just seem to prefer their own. Right?
Zizek has lightly made what I would say is the correct critique, but also said a whole bunch of shit that's the wrong one. So it's the correct critique for all of this stuff is understanding that these are abstract concepts that are meant to be utilized for us to understand the world and view things. When we talk about, for example, critical race theory, which is a phenomenal set of ideas and lenses, it is not to say that black people have more difficulty than white people. No, that's not what critical race theory says. Critical race theory says that we should be looking at things, and as we do, we look at systemic issues, problems, happenings, even good things. We should have a little bit of an angle on is race fitting into here. As I like to joke, if it turned out that a guy like, hey, we did a poll, guys named Paul are the ones who are most likely to shoot each other and kill each other. You wouldn't go, well, fuck guys named Paul. You'd be like, well, that's weird. We should look into why. That's all critical race theory is just a lens. But this is where identity politics gets completely fucked, is when we, because again, in the liberal pseudo left, all of the people you just described are invested in the order, in the actual order of things, the hierarchy, and they are fucking jerking themselves off to the order and hierarchy. We end up in a really fucked up position where I can say something like, if you were to go back 20 years and I were to say, hey, actually, you know what we need to do? We need to just get rid of the Department of Education. We need to bring all that funding out, return it to the states, give local people the power. We need to abolish public schools. That was like a real leftist position once upon a time as a thing. Hey, we need to get rid of the FBI. We need to, make sure USAID is like not fucking with things. We need to change how we do, we need to get rid of the permanent state. All of these things were real discussions that people on the left were having. But somehow we've worked ourselves into a place where we're defending and fighting for these institutions without doing so critically, without having a conversation, because again, all we can do is not that, not them. And most people are just invested in the way things are. and they want that maintenance. They want that setup. They are there. And so we have really weird shit where there is absolutely what I would say a universalist investment in a lot of ways by some Trump populists. You'll see it. Sorry to say. They're complicated. People are complicated. But you'll see a lot of hyper-reactionary shit from the liberal
blocks,
order. Like people are invested in what they're invested in. And that thing that happened, right now, the media has made a move that has consolidated behind Trump in a really weird way. They're still shitting on Trump, and they're happy to do so, but they're not telling the truth about what Trump is doing in ways that are flatly honest. They're playing the language games. No. There's an article that came out about Syria where they're saying government forces killed 400 or 500. It's like, government forces? Is that what we're going to call like militias that are coming from a warlord? Because Syria doesn't really have government forces, not as we kind of know them now. And that thing is enough. The way that the media at large says things like 10 Israelis were murdered, 400 Palestinians died. Right? Like this language, it's always been a problem. Anyone who's been on the left knows the media fucking hates us. The media hates us and it always will. That it cares about the status quo more than any goodness. And that's the way it works. But now they're supporting Trump and people are backing ABC and CBS. People are saying that Trump, who's trying to block a merger that would create a monopolistic nightmare, whatever his reasons, he's doing it to get concessions out of them. Yes, talk about that, but don't then go, he needs to allow it through and cheer on a merger of $2 billion companies, which is what you're seeing in the media, because it's the media who's like this fucked up thing. We need to understand. We are invested. Everyone's invested. Where people are invested is visible through what they're supporting and what they're doing. And I'm not saying you have to go out and be an activist. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is be aware of it. And as we watch, as we look, you will see whatever you want to call them. You'll see reactionaries of all stripes suddenly fighting for or fighting against things that they have immediate reactions to because of their investments. Lou is a phenomenal example of this in the worst possible way. But they'll be in the weird spot where their knee-jerk anti-American sentiment will put them in a place where suddenly actually backing Ukraine's the right call. Yeah, but the U.S. just wants war. Yeah, but what the fuck? Like, I'm the county I'm in is one that has become very Ukrainian, and not just since the war, where we have a lot of refugees, but like it was a Ukrainian area of the city and the state. Washington's 3rd district, Clark County, is very Ukrainian. Lots of great food, lots of great borscht, lots of great restaurants, really good shit. But there's this weird thing where the people who are representing us are like bending, as Trump is, towards saying, oh, well, Ukraine needs to stop, but then also talking out the other side of their mouth about how they support their Ukrainian constituents. The investments are visible. They're laid bare when you start looking for them. And as people back what they back, realize that and let them tell you where they're at. Don't try to look deeper. People are very, very, very naked these days. And it's very easy to see where their actual investments are, I think.
So, I mean, to use Catherine Liu as an example, like what does somebody get out of telling us that there is this so-called professional managerial class that is telling us that we're bad for not being woke enough?
Well, I mean,
it's like
the very idea of virtue hoarders, for example, since we're speaking of Lou as a thing. Anytime you do this, what you're doing is you're oversimplifying the processes that produce things.
Right.
Let's talk about the bourgeois versus proletariat. This is like my favorite thing to do these days. Who in America is a proletariat? And the answer is, by the way, no, almost no one. Like almost, unless you literally know someone who is only ever working on the front lines in a fucking industry where they're in a factory. The definition of proletariat as a thing is technically everyone and no one. Because the idea that Marx went with, and it's what we went over on our stream the other day, where I was talking about how depressed I am about Social Security and I almost cried like 6 times. It's going to be really bad. But on the Social Security website, they have this great phrase that Marx also used, which is about making a living versus paying a living. It's my favorite thing I've been saying since, and it's a really powerful way to talk about it.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
The idea was that the change was that people now had to be paying for a living rather than work to make a living. People used to be able to just make clothing. They would make food because they had farm, they self-sustaining. That's a fantasy for some now, but it's, not the thing. Now we have to pay for everything because everyone has to pay for everything. That shift is weird because we're not really proletariats at the whim of someone who owns the means of production. Most managers or bosses or CEOs don't actually own the means of productions. There's a CEO job. To just say as a thing, company owners are not usually CEOs. CEOs are actually a position that works for the company owner and is granted some level of minor ownership, if they are, and they actually get paid. They get paid very well, but it's like a job people apply for. You apply on LinkedIn for CEO positions.
You can be fired. Right.
So that thing where it's like, who's this class or that class? Who's the managerial class, the professional managerial class? Who are these virtue hoarders? You're simplifying the complex realities of everything into what I would say is a us versus them binary way of viewing things and forcing people into those positions. I don't know anyone who is just the managerial class. I know who she's speaking of. I know people who literally she would probably point at and go, there you go. That's not how it works. None of these people are that. She's deeply, deeply, deeply focused in these very particular ways that forces you to ignore the process of how things happened or are happening, totalizes people, and then pushes people to then regard that as either enemy or friend. And you can ask, critique. I have no issue with any of the critiques she's laying out against the way that capitalism operates. But she's not talking about a processual problem with how virtue is commodified and then packaged in social media for people to be upset or happy about. No, she's saying these people have power. They're the enemy. And it's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is not someone with total agency and freedom. If you think he is, reconsider his fucking life and look at the plastic surgery and life he leads.
Yeah.
It is not.
Yeah, that's one of the things, when I first started reading Marx and I started trying to grasp the concept of alienation, as one of the things that kind of hit me was that everybody talks about how the working class is alienated, but the fucking capitalists are alienated too. They're to the point that they're almost literally like aliens on Earth.
we all are. Well, and the disconnection from production that people experience is so alienating. Someone mentions that there's a weird way that a lot of people are fractional owners of their own companies via 401ks or stock ownership. And so therefore, are they owners? I mean, for Lou, again, she's fucking terrible. I have no interest in knowing what her answer would be. But for me, the setup is really fascinating when we talk about, well, then what does it mean to own a company? Because again, capitalism isn't just about having a company and making stuff. That's not what capitalism is defined by. Capitalism is defined by investments. So the real fun thing, and this is how, again, when you talk about the process of things and what it means, when pensions used to be paid out, and this was good, workers would spend their lives working for a company and they would get a pension and they'd be able to retire and they would be paid well the rest of their lives. My grandfather had that until a thing happened that I'm going to talk about, which is part of this. That used to be how people survived and did well into old age and was able to take care of themselves. Then some guy came up with this idea of what's called a 401k. 401k was not meant to be a retirement vehicle. If you didn't know when it was first conceived, it was just a clever way to get around a couple tax things about how a person could invest money in stock markets without taxes.
Yeah, not have to pay taxes. Yeah.
That's all it was. It was never pitched to companies as anything. But a company or two started doing it, and they saw a chance to have people own a part of stock or a part of the company in lieu of pensions.
Yep.
but that's not owning the company. You may have the stock, but the stock is
Right.
not ownership. That's not material. A or B shares, which ones are they? Are you getting voting shares? Do you have any power? That's not fucking, like, if you have all the shares of a company that are non-voting shares, Marx wouldn't be like, well, I guess you own the means of production. That's not how that works.
Right.
Like having power, having a voice, having agency, having a way to be part of that process of your own existence socially. That's the point. So when we talk about the 401ks showing up and how over time and then eventually all pensions got invested, and then lo and behold, my grandparents who had saved most of their lives, 2001 happened with 9/11 and the stock market crash, and their money, like a lot of people's, was in, major companies that were doing well at the time that crashed and destroyed. They had to sell their home. They had to sell their car. They moved into a tiny condo.
Even the big, supposed actual pensions that technically aren't 401ks, it's like they're just giant 401ks now. They are just
giant
funds.
401. They're just toys for hedge funds now. They're part of the investment. They're not ownership of things. And so when we talk about ownership of the means of production, someone like Catherine Liu would say, oh, well, look, they have part of the company. They have stock. And it's like, Jesus Christ, the point is not whether or not you have a chunk of the company in legal right under liberalized law. The point is, do you have the power to make a living, or do you have to buy a living? That's it.
And even when I think about like managerial people, I think about like their position and things, and I've often thought that like, in a way, and I mean, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely shitty, but because like I'm involved in precarious labor too. Like I'm currently unemployed, but
it sucks.
Even
the
even
video
during
game
the
industry
time,
and the tech industry and film and entertainment, there is no capital investment moving in any of them. If you didn't know, that none. Like there's a lot of websites and services you can pay for. You can go find it. People are not investing in new things, ideas, companies at all. There's no flow of capital. And 100%, that's the position we're in across the board. You're not alone. I'm precariously employed, as I like to say. I have a contract I'm finishing, and I've got 2 months of it. I'm hoping to turn it into something slightly longer, and it's just taking care of things for me, which is nice. But at least I've got that. And that's horrifying, because that's a 2-month contract. Gig. I just am, it's awful. But because I was CEO of my last company, and I must not be part of the proletariat of the working class.
Yeah.
I'm part of the managerial class, so all of you should be very worried. Be very worried.
Well, yeah, what I was getting
behaved.
into was the fact that like there is a type of precarity that people in managerial positions experience, because like I think about what they have to do, and it's like on the one hand they're being squished down by the mass of literally the weight of capital on top of them, but there's also the people underneath them that they have to interface with, and that they have to like often like dehumanize themselves and treat like livestock or whatever in order to please the company.
But also,
so it's like they're being
once in a while,
in between.
Once in a while, they have to run into them outside of a conference at 7 a.m. in New York.
Yeah.
Right. It's Luigi time. It's a whole thing. So again, when you totalize anybody, and that includes a capitalist, that includes anyone in the managerial class, that includes the idea of the class itself, what you're doing is you're playing with specifically creation of a caste, creation of a type, creation of a thing that people either fit into or don't, and you're doing the Platonic non-materialist shit all over again.
Mm-hmm. And there's the identitarianism.
And that's where identitarianism, the idea of identity itself, I do believe is reactionary. I don't believe, if you say like, I am hungry, I am a man, I am white, like these things are all kind of the same to me. They are like, it's like I have white skin, I'm hungry. But the moment it's more than like, look, that's my thing is I'm hungry. That's my thing is I'm white.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
oh, you've done the thing. You've broken the process. There are times, and this is Anti-Oedipus does this, and it's a thing that I am just stunned is somehow still like a controversial thing. It was not controversial at the time when they said it, but the idea of becoming black, becoming white, becoming anything that you are not. The idea on the left now exists that you are this thing. And it's horrifying. It's horrifying to do that to
Well, I
people.
mean, like you see them, you know, like calling Starbucks baristas bourgeois.
I mean, when you talk about, if for anyone who hasn't worked at Starbucks, they tend to think it's not like a real job, like a factory line. And my first like big
to
gig
differ.
was 5 a.m. McDonald's opening shift cook. And like, I was like 15 at the time.
You were literally in an assembly line for food.
That's all you do. It was 2 of us, the entire thing. And the idea that is a service job, and I've been told this by Marxists, that's a service job. It's like, it's a factory. We just like what it means to have, like, it's when you start totalizing these things, it breaks you, and it breaks all of these things very, very quick.
Yeah, I've been noticing.
It breaks quick, and it's tough.
So I guess the wrap up to all that would be, so what does an actual anti-identity politics look like?
An allowance of the multiplicity of humans and dealing with them as you're dealing with them, not what you think they are. Everyone comes to people, and you will encounter people in your everyday life, and you do right now. Do not encounter them by totalizing them as what you see them as in that moment or what you think them as before. Deal with them as the multiplicity. If you go into, for example, let's say you got dropped into let me think, what's a good way to put it? You get dropped into a field of 1,000 people. Do you go, oh yes, field people? Like that's, no, you'd go, oh, hey, I'm Brooks, how you doing? Oh yeah. You'd start talking to people. You'd figure out kind of, I don't want to say where you belong, but you'd figure out where you kind of want to go, but you wouldn't go, oh yes, field people. But we do that because you look at me and you go, oh yes, neckbeard. I've been called that. Gay Sam Hyde. There you go. The F word.
And the Sam Hyde one is so
transphobic. Anti-trans. I've been called anti-black.
You did criticize a beautiful trans woman, so
I
think they got you there.
I critiqued a moron is what I did. And that's where she was. She's a moron at that moment.
Okay.
And she may not be tomorrow. She could have come out afterwards and been like, hey, this was sloppy. I shouldn't have done this. And I would have been like, cool.
Wait. So I want to chime in here a little bit. Even before this person transitioned, their video kinda is pretty wobbly in philosophy.
Oh no, they've always been terrible. But again,
I've always known.
I wouldn't say it's always terrible, but it was pretty wobbly. Yeah.
I would say, they've had moments, generally shit. But you may like them. You're free to like them. Like it's just not been my thing. But the specific thing is where Philosophy Tube is at. I was dealing with them in that video. And if tomorrow they went, you know what, I shouldn't be doing this. I found out I lied a lot in that video and I shouldn't have, whatever it is, allow that. Allow people to be where they are and continue to allow that. Because just like the field of people aren't just field people, a person that you see is not just the person you see or the person they were yesterday and they're not totalized. There's no such thing. How you deal with people is where they're at, and you talk to them about the things they're invested in and interested in. And that is, by the way, also how you win elections. I know it sounds weird to say, but you win elections by finding out what people are interested in and then finding ways to use that. I mean, it sounds like, I hate saying it because it feels so stupid, but it's a thing that has to be said because apparently it's not a thing we do in America anymore. But people are invested. And go with that. You are too. You are not better. You are not worse. You are as confused and as lost and as much of a multiplicity as any of us.
So can I tell a little story and maybe gripe about something a little bit?
You know what? I like a complaint section. Let's do it. And then after that, I'm going to do a bathroom run, and then we will do this sublation
scientific
media.
Socialism.
Here's the thing, though. I will say, I'm not sure I want to do this now. I haven't watched any of it, but I opened it and I was like, oh, this looks interesting. I was like, Douglas, they got this thing. They got another guy. Let's do this. And then I like scrolled down, and the top comment is, he should have outlined his argument. I'm an hour and a half in and don't know what's going on. That's not a comment. That's the top.
That's like
comment.
5 of them.
It is actually, it's all of them. The second top comment, listen to all 2.5 hours of this, and I'm quite sure the question posed in the title wasn't answered. So I don't know if we'll do that video for very long, but we'll see. So please give me your ramble.
I mean, well, since you were ranting about Catherine Liu so much, you could do the
worst.
Catherine Liu video.
Maybe.
I do feel like there are pretty substantial value if you can have like a concise critiques on these kind of popular but still university level discourse, because the whole deconstructionist area is very much, eliminated, and even my own professor talks shit about this. She's very unsatisfied. So if you do use this more deconstructed way to critique, I think it's pretty valuable.
That is
That
is basically what I think the Philosophy Tube video ended up being, was, hey, here's actually how you critique. Because I wasn't just going, God, you're dumb, which I could have and been completely right and justified in every way. But it was like, here's why you're wrong and here's how you're lying. And here's how you identify that and going through it. And I think that's my hope with generally the videos are less drama critique, which this one turned out to be perceived as drama critique, but to be much more, hey, this is bad theory, and here's how this is bad theory, and here's how to do good theory, is my hope to get there. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just mentioning that you did say something about having things written down and then publish something like periodically. I think this is a good idea because it goes along with the academic discourse, but actually critiques it instead of just make it popular, right?
Yep.
So anyway, back to what you were saying about politics, how to engage in it. So this past year, with everything happening, people are getting more galvanized and whatnot. And one of my friends, great friend of mine, decided to bring me along to a PSL meeting. And I went and I sat down. I was given a pamphlet. I think I still have it folded up somewhere. And I read it. And they did a whole like PowerPoint presentation thing, and I read it. I was like, yeah, there needs to be a cadre of professional agitators, and that's what our party is, and we're going to lead the working class. I'm like, this is just the Bolsheviks all over here. And then, like, to top it all off, they were doing, like, this chant where they would say, they said something like, it was almost like something that you would say in, like, a business meeting, like, where they're trying to, like, motivate you or something. Or it was like, high organization, high morale. Say it again, like, say it 3 times. And I sat there. I did not say shit.
Is that also a recruitment meeting as well at the end?
It basically is. It's like it's just like an open meeting for people from the outside to come in.
It's exactly the same as I had this revolutionary communist party meeting that I had on my campus. They don't say it's a recruitment meeting. In the end, it always turns into a recruitment meeting.
And at the end they had us like
timeshare.
Yeah, they had it. Yeah, like getting a timeshare. They had us like sitting at a table with somebody who's like fully vested member of the party versus somebody who's just stepping in. Like I'm one of the new people, and we're kind of like brainstorming and talking about hey, what should we do politically? What should this party be ostensibly be doing and whatnot? And I was making suggestions like, hey, you could be helping the homeless. We could be helping people not get evicted. We could be forming tenant unions, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. And then all of the materials of the party were all about stressing, show up to this protest. This is and it wasn't even necessarily like
this is
their protest.
I tried to work with Progressive Victory when Progressive Victory first started, and I tried to get involved a couple ways because I like the idea, and I still like the idea of organizing and trying to find a way to get the kids into whatever. And Progressive Victory was fascinating. I was part of Bernie's 2016 and also 2020. Part of Bernie's victory crew and all of that because every year. But Progressive Victory during off years was perfect because Bernie doesn't run during off years. He has no need to. And so I started going to the meetings and the calls, and it was good at first. And I was found ways to, and I ran into and I met some local guys here in Vancouver, Washington, because it's tough here because most activism that is nearby is across the river in Portland, as you might expect. Portland is not unknown to be a fairly active city. Vancouver, less so. Tends to be more right-wingy. They call it Vantucky as a joke. People laugh about it. But I found some lefty people there. And what it turned out Progressive Victory did is they were aimed at, and they didn't say this, but it was clear afterwards, that they were aimed less at enabling people wherever they were, and instead turning specifically anyone who came out like a recruitment tool towards a handful of actionable and easy political wins. And it kind of, because there was no, I would say, how to put it, political organization is difficult. It's even more difficult online because in order to get people to do things, you have to be putting a ton of energy into enabling that. The QC is actually a really good example of that. I could not have done this alone. I happen to have had a handful of people who, when they joined, happened to be having an extra time to put some time into this and build it, and it became a thing. But it still takes, specifically for me, I know I do more time on it than everyone because I'm aware of it, but it's like, for a long time, it was a solid 20 hours a week that I'd be putting into moderating, building, coming up with ideas, getting timing going, getting readings going, all of this. It's difficult to do distributed things online because of that. Progressive Victory, I had no issue with, hey, we're going to try this, we're going to do calls to this, but then it became the same people ordering the same calls. And when we had 2022, the off year, and
becomes incestuous.
Well, what happened is we had, and she ended up turning out not to be great, but I still don't care because Joe Kent, who was running for Congress in my district, it was presumed he was going to win for a very long time. And Marie Goosenclamp Perez, who sucks now, she's not great. I'm not saying we got some communist in there, but the other guy was, Joe Kent was like a psychotic racist Trumper, like out of skull. Everyone assumed that was it, but then the polls hit. And in 2022, it showed we were within 3 points of actually having a Democrat go to Congress for the first time in our district in a very long time. And it was like, fuck, they need people. They need people. He had money behind him. Joe Kent had money, deforestation money, anti-environment money, all of that stuff. And the few of us who like knew each other locally were like, hey, we need support for this. And they're just like, no, they didn't. They did nothing to support us. We kept asking, hey, we've got a local election here. We can actually win a congressional seat, but it's going to be close. And it was within 1,100 votes, by the way, like close congressional race. And they said no. They wouldn't let us have tools. They wouldn't give us, elevate any of us. Instead, one of the people, one of the guys who I'd gotten to know, actually had to do off Discord, off Progressive Victory stuff, coordination in Google Docs in order to get us to do calls, in order to set up times for that, in order to get us involved with the campaign and to make us meet things and everything. And it burned him out so bad, he wasn't involved in politics again after that, and left Discord, and I haven't heard from him since. That's it. It burned him out so bad because he had no support. None. That thing that happens is really common to political organization because it's done with the mentality of the old voice, that our goal is X, and anything that's in line with that goal that's the easiest win needs to be the first, that we need to aim at these things, that we need to do these things, we need to do X, Y, and Z, instead of, again, meeting people where they're at, taking a look at things every day, because it feels psychotic, it feels broken, it feels painful for an organization to be that reactive. And it sounds reactionary, but the reality is, if you don't change, if you don't realize that your organization as a thing is built from a time where shit didn't work, has been used many times, and it's never worked, it's not going to suddenly change. Your process is fucked. And the creation of new movements, the way new political action is getting done is different. And it requires different language and different everything. It's the only way you will make a thing go forward. And what you'll see, and you are seeing, I think more and more, is a handful of people taking advantage of that. People trying to figure out what that means. It's only been a few months. But I think over the next year, we're going to see major changes politically. And I think it's going to be really fucking bad. But I think it's going to mean that we have the opportunity to find new weapons, which is all that matters ultimately. Sorry for the ramble. Your story hit me because I feel it. I feel it very much. I feel it very, very much. If you didn't hear it, that was my doggo. I am going to take 5 and we will return. The setup's going to be simple. We're going to try this. If this video fails and ends up not being interesting, and it won't be, I mean, I already know it's not going to be, but maybe it will be, who knows. We will make a move into another video, and so I will be open. We'll look at Catherine Liu first. We'll do that because I know Sure Shot, I think, posted that sometime. You've been waiting patiently, but we'll see what we can do. Next week, as we get closer to the 5th anniversary, which is the 22nd of the QC, 5th anniversary is when we're going to do the plastic pills thing, which I'm excited about. Until then, we're going to be setting it up. So, yeah. Yeah. What a tiring time. For now, I'm going to go to the bathroom, get a snack or two, let the dog out, say hi to the kids. I'll be back in 5-ish minutes. So until then, enjoy the jams. All right, let's see what we can get going here. Let's share up. Where is it? Where is it? Why did Marxism fail? Why did it fail, Douglas? Why did Marxism fail?
We watching this guy. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna have a tough time. Generally, I'm just gonna let everyone know. Well, I'm reacting and doing this. I'm gonna do it both on Discord and also online. If you want to watch, you're more than welcome to. Either place. Generally speaking, if I am if I'm doing this, let's not get a bunch of comments. Type away. Everyone else do stay muted because unless, like, I guess, raise your hand or make a comment. Happily have you say a thing, but I don't want everyone going to everything because I have a feeling is going to be the answer for most things that are here. So let me change the title of this. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Why did Marxism fail? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. All right, let me see if this is actually going so I can make sure that we've got audio. I should be sharing inside the Discord as well. Type away while you're there. I will read out comments as necessary. And of course, I have to say, as I do, if you appreciate the Quarantine Collective, you appreciate what I do, please do support if you have the capability. If you don't, I don't care. That's fine. I'm not. We've never done paywalled content, nor will we, for a very, very specific reason. But if you have the ability to support, super chats are great, memberships are great. Patreon is the best, patreon.com/DGQC. And of course, joining the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC is beautiful. So, this is a course on scientific socialism. This is from Sublation Media. Here, let me create another little window as a thing down here. We'll do that. Oh, Lord. We'll do that. Window capture, and we'll capture that same window. Oh, God. And pop it up, and then we will do that, and then I go whoop, and we shrink you the fuck down. So that way everyone can see what we're doing, so that way no one is like very confused, because this is Sublation Media, which is Douglas Lane's jam, but I don't see... Dougley looks young and wonderful for himself, I guess. I don't know what the fuck this is. But this is a introduction to scientific socialism. Yes, sure shot. Get ready for good neckbeard to neckbeard action. Now, if I may. Not a fucking neckbeard. It's disgusting. Other people have it. You gotta shave it. I have a fucking straight razor. You don't do that. Don't leave that shit there. That's disgusting. Clean up. Trim. Take care of your beard. It's tough. I know it's a lot of work. If I may, just a couple notes. The big deal is after washing and after cleaning, use a blow dryer. Get a blow dryer. It's okay. It's okay for men to have blow dryers. They're very useful for hair, especially if you have a beard. Also regular hair. But for a beard, you brush it and aim downwards. It gives it a nice look and thing. Nice. Simple. Good. Use a hair dryer. That's my lecture. This is 2.5 hours, and it is a lecture 1 through 5 is just God.
This is the first lecture in a course of lectures on scientific socialism, also known as Marxism. I'll say more about the course toward the end, but I'd like to begin with the motivations behind it. The reasons to bother studying this subject matter at all, and the reasons to approach it as I will do. So why study Marxism today? Regardless of what you think about it, what you know,
I'm going to give this
or
10
think
minutes.
you know about it.
I'm just letting you know I'm going to give this 10 minutes. That's all you're getting from me on this one. If it's good by 10 minutes, we'll do it. If it's good at 10 minutes, we'll continue.
And how you feel about it on that basis, Marxism was an immensely consequential historical phenomenon. Whether you think those consequences were for better or for worse, in their particulars or on balance, you cannot deny that the extent of its impact has been profound, and that the force with which that impact was made can still be felt resonating through contemporary society as a persistent, agitating factor whose influence persists in some form or forms, however diminished and dispersed, to this day. Whether you think that this longue durée influence of Marxism has been for good or for ill, there are good reasons to want to understand it as a historical phenomenon, to understand what it was and why it has proven so significant.
I may go back and I may ban Sure Shot from ever recommending a video again. Oh my God.
Hey. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I saw the thumbnail.
I try not to go in to videos like having watched anything. So I don't like doing the I've pre-watched and therefore you're getting like a canned thing. I don't believe in it. I don't like it. I will say if I've watched the thing. I didn't even open this except to see the first thing. And I was like, oh, it's not Doug. That's interesting. That's something. We're gonna skip ahead.
Yeah. This reminds me of a little presentation I went to that was about how to develop a video game, and the guy literally started out, "This is what a program language is." Kind of what
this feels in that vein. I'm going to try to make this so it looks on YouTube like I'm having a conversation with a person by blowing him up really large. Because whoever thought, like, as a video idea, big white. One sec. I just want to, because I do want to do this. It is
2003 PowerPoint.
But before you go, I want to point out that the truth is not capitalized. So it's a little truth about Marxism, not the big thing.
I love the guy's face.
It is not the truth. It is truth. Yeah, fair. Okay. I'm going to go back to where he first starts about the truth about Marxism.
Loyal. The official face of a society reduced to something akin to slavery or serfdom. So.
Holy shit. It was like 9 key clicks to go forward a slide. Okay. We are on full 2x speed. And also, I have custom up here, so we may actually go to 3x in a minute.
The truth about Marxism. It doesn't matter if you think that this isn't true, frankly. Maybe you think it's actually worse than I just described.
Committed a crime against humanity.
Or maybe you think that everything I just said is a bunch of lies. What you think is true isn't important. What matters is what you can prove to yourself and to others. Truth is objective.
Oh.
What the hell is that?
I am in a lot of pain. This isn't good pain. Like the
Objective.
This is
objective. It is not relative to what people think, any more than it is so foreign to what they think that they are incapable of knowing it. Marxism is not postmodernism. It is not relativistic in a vulgar sense.
Is this literally
and I don't
just
intend to
Luna
present
Oil?
anything but the objective truth about what Marxism was and why it failed. But the objective truth is no good to anyone if it's only objective and not also subjective. If nobody knows what is objectively true about something, and nobody wants to know or needs to know, has any
Girl Scouts cookies are out for sale, everyone. I just figure someone should have a valuable announcement and thing to talk about. Girl Scout cookies are delicious, and it is, despite what anyone may say. You're helping the girls do a thing. They value it. It's a good thing. Act like you're excited and shocked that they have them. Make them haggle and talk to you about it. Really good social interaction for kids if you see them at the supermarket, and they're delicious. I'm going to run out of things to talk about very fast.
any reason to know and to find out, then it doesn't matter how objective the supposed truth of the matter is. In other words, anyone can say that they know the objective truth about Marxism, but no amount of saying it will turn that from an opinion into a fact. The truth of what we think we know must be proven in practice. This is the gist of the famous, of the second thesis of Marx's famous theses on Feuerbach, which you can see on screen here. Proving the truth is not the same thing as convincing someone of something.
The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory, but it is a practical question. Man must prove truth, i.e. the reality and power. Holy shit, that is not what this means. Oh my God.
Yeah, he contradicting himself. It's the opposite. Like,
this is like this is Marx doing like Junior Latour. This is, hey, objective truth isn't really the thing. You have to be able to prove it. The reality and power of circumstances are going to set up whether objective truth can be what objective truth is. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking that is isolated from practice is purely a scholastic question, not a practical one. We're going to skip ahead again.
Yeah,
Sorry, we're just going to skip ahead again. This isn't even like that hard of a thing. Marx's critique is not. Marx's critique has. I'm not going to do it. I don't care. This is. One sec. I just want to find another single word slide from this dude.
Already very confident that this guy is going to find what was wrong with Marxism.
There we go.
Oh my God, no.
No. Here we go. All right, everyone, mute up. Let's do it. Here we go. This is my jam. This is, okay. This is where I know Dougie's going to do right by what I expect now. Are you ready for it? Is everyone prepared? Oh God, Elon Musk quotes. Yes. My body is ready. Come on.
By social needs, social necessities that are beyond even the power of the wealthiest, capitalist or the most, the president of the United States, let's say. So let's have a look at some socialists here. These Marxists in this picture, these Marxists clearly have great contempt for the working class, oppressing them and exploiting them as they do, turning them into wage slaves of a corporate oligarchy. It would probably be a good idea to understand how they are doing that and why, so they can finally be stopped. Assuming Trump isn't able to stop them, and assuming he's not one of them. But
Oh my God. I don't understand satire anymore. I love it. This is, all right. This just took 47 minutes to get somewhere interesting.
the sense that that's not how
This is Pepsi Wild Cherry and Cream. It's delicious.
Marx understood it, but that's something that we'll come to. So all of that, like I said, hopefully it's clear. While it's anti-socialist in its sort of...
I love it. Okay, I'm into this now. All right.
explicit understanding of these terms and what they mean, it owes an incredible amount. Frankly, it's almost, it really is essentially a kind of a socialist perspective in the old-fashioned sense. Maybe not a Marxist perspective per se, but it's essentially, this is what socialists used to say, and they just kind of use different terms. I mean, if you substitute capitalism for socialism in everything I just said, you're on the right track in terms of what socialism used to mean for the people that called themselves socialists a long time ago now. So that's that's a good reason, a very good reason, all of that, to understand this whole socialism and communism and Marxism thing better. It's a good reason for people that want to identify or associate with those movements or philosophies, or theoretical perspectives, political standpoints. But also, and I would say, frankly, in a way, even more so, it should be of interest to the people that are anti-socialist in the way I just described, at least the ones that, the people that are sort of regular working people and not, powerful and influential people that might have sort of nefarious reasons. People that that are just trying to make do, just trying to get by in the world, which is most people. They understand the problems surrounding them in the terms that are there to be taken up. And these are the terms that were there and that have been there for a long time. To understand the problem that we are facing, in the sense of, say, the bureaucratic state, the fact that the real enemy is at home, we need to understand where these sort of perspectives come from, where both socialism comes from and the opposition to it and how they've changed over time. These people in power, they've lied us into these pointless wars. They've led the society.
I understand why people are probably not super excited and this is dry. I actually will tell you right now, this is really interesting, and you need to view things with the right angle sometimes. It's a little askew view. This is not a video about anything he thinks it's about. we were talking a moment ago, Sure Shot and I, about the nature of people's investments. And how I said, and I continue to say, that people are more naked now than they've ever been. And I continue to believe that, and I will believe that. I don't believe people are guarded. I believe people may be cynical, but I believe they're effectively naked. They're effectively naked in front of all of us. This thing that this guy is doing here and how he's doing it, when we talk about resentment taken over, when we talk about people trying to find themselves in anything, he is not reading Marx. He's putting Marx within his own existence and his own investments. And it's actually really fascinating. When you can somehow make your way from talking about Marxism to talking about the globalist wars, I am not sure. I kind of want to go back. I am so sorry, everyone. I kind of want to go back and see where he comes at from this.
So more generally, our relations in society, mediated as they are by private interest, this is a new form of society that has moreover sort of liquefied all of the substance of previous forms of society. And
it was a new form of society 150 fucking years ago.
Not entirely. Of course, these kind of remnants of the past are drawn in to modern society and further transformed, but also kind of destroyed in the process. And, as Marx says, all that is solid is thereby melted into air. But we nonetheless must rely upon the whole system of productive activity. Of course, these kind of remnants of the past are drawn in to modern society and further transformed, but also kind of destroyed in the process. And, as Marx says, all that is solid is thereby melted into air. But we nonetheless must rely upon the whole system of productive activity that emerges from this competition. And
so the challenge with what he's going through and what he's talking about, this is actually like deep theory. I kind of like this. This is the problem with the philosophy tube video is it wasn't even theory or philosophy. It was garbage. And so it was funny that like every few sentences, like I say, it's like plastic pills is garbage. It's garbage. So it's fun to be able to respond and like tear apart each thing and really go into it. This is, and I wonder if the people here, like I know Marcellus Wallace is here and a few others who are like really into Marx and this type of thing would agree. This is not a horrifyingly hilarious misreading of Marx. It is a misreading of Marx, but it's a misreading that isn't uninformed, I think I would say. This is the way that it's not like saying, oh, Deleuze wants us all to be schizo. It's saying that I will make myself a body without organs by cutting off my penis. It's like, okay, look, there's sort of no, but no, like that kind of thing. There's a really weird play that he's making here that just isn't working. So when he talks about Marx saying all that is solid melts into air, the breakdown of meaning, again, for me, obviously, the decoding of things, the breakdown of codes, the breakdown of social bonds, or what we now know as social coding, it's expected. This is part of the thing that is happening within capital. This is part of the setup that Marx talks about. But it's not, Marx is not talking about like wispy excitedly. He's not like, oh, all that is solid and that I love, that I wish we could get back to, is melting into air. Marx wasn't like, go for it.
I think that like when he talked about this in volume 1, he mean that like within a new epoch, right? Within a new epoch, when we look back to previous like modes of production, we in our kind of production and reproductive and these decoding and coding and add to this baggage like Deleuze, right? We see the previous modes as like conservative, right? And we see our mode as progressive. But kind of like that's the meaning.
No, very much. But it's his misreading of it is a misreading in a way that I think is this is going to be more interesting than a Luna Oi video. Luna Oi does that Marxist-Leninist shit, and it's just, again, garbage. It's garbage. There's no theory behind it. I think this guy actually has some background in this, which will be more interesting for this in my thought. So we'll see.
And conflict among individuals that endows them, the individuals who make up society, this competition and conflict endows them.
1 second. What do you got? Shark attack? 1 sec, I have 2 monkeys. Dexter, can you just say hi to everyone for me?
Hi. Hi.
Thank you very much. All right. Now, can you take Violet, head back upstairs? Do you put, you guys, okay, they hid my nail polish again. Excellent. All right. 1 moment. Dexter, can you give that a close? Please leave that, Dexy. Okay. Enjoy. Good luck. Crazy damn kids.
With organized forms of activity, of productive activity, and means of engaging in that activity, forms and means that would be impossible to employ, let alone to produce, were it not for this system of organized social production that emerges out of the struggle of each individual in competition to meet their own individual private needs. Yet in capitalism, this contradiction between competition and cooperation...
That's not awful. It's not awful. That's basic shit, but yeah.
Cooperation is never resolved. As surely as competition brings about cooperation without any intention to cooperate on the part of those involved, that cooperation undermines itself and generates new forms of competition and conflict, thereby disintegrating the very substance of social life that forms on this basis. So
I'm not sure I'm going with that one.
Destroying the older forms of social life.
Yeah, let's keep going. Come on. I want to get to the fun shit. This shit is
hostile to this whole way of thinking, and perhaps rightfully so. Democracy is bad because it's sort of it leaves open the possibility of the mob imposing their will on the minority, and of course, that's not a good thing from the perspective that would be subjected to an unfree condition on that basis. Even if that's not like a sort of a...
It's actually, so, okay, let's just real quick step back. Democracy does not mean that the majority votes and therefore they control things. Just to mention, democracy is conflated with a version of democracy. But democracy simply means that the power is with the people. That's what democracy literally means. The power is with the people. There's this fantasy that people have about democracy that it means majority rule. It doesn't. It just means that the power is with the people. But Brooks, how else do you do it? There are many ways to set up systems of governance and systems of communication and power structures that are distributed across people that do not rely on majority rules, actually. There's a lot of ways by maintaining a lot of different setups. I'm just saying sortition is my jam, sortition is democratic, and sortition has nothing to do with the majority. So, again, it's an overly simplistic way of critiquing a thing. Yeah, mob rule does not mean democracy.
For Marx, right, and this is one of the critique of Hegelian philosophy of right, is that he said that democracy is not the people of the constitution, but the constitution of the people.
Yeah,
there's different things, right?
And it's such a good line.
A rational, well-founded perspective to have. There is nonetheless this sort of question about, well, is democracy such a good thing if it can leave open this possibility? Perhaps not. Perhaps it would be better if instead of democracy, we just sort of fragmented into as many little experiments in how to organize society as we want. As
Oh, fucking Christ.
people want to do. And if you want to go try communism somewhere, go ahead. Don't impose it on me. But this is really no more workable than the sort of philanthropic impulse to impose cooperation in lieu of competition. That sort of fragmentation simply cannot go to the limit of where it's trying to go without being pulled right back into the same dynamic that it's trying to escape. This sort of concentration and centralization of the whole system of society into an integrated process of united cooperative activity, embracing the whole world and everyone involved. Everyone involved in modern society.
Capitalism is not everyone in the world cooperating. That's not really the vision of what capitalism is or has at the base. Again, this is flawed because it comes from the exchangeist notion that the reason that people work together is to exchange goods for the betterment of each other instead of debt realities and debt relationships that are really underpinning social interactions. I have a huge issue with the idea of even starting down that path, but it seems like this gentleman has very much just gone fully down that path. If you think that society exists or that groups of people work together on the basis of exchange and not debt, we're not going to get along. Like, we're just not going to get along.
Okay, so yeah, the same people who are sort of warning against this danger of democracy will tell you Marxism and communism and socialism fail everywhere that they've been tried, meaning not only the openly communist and Marxist regimes of the so-called really existing socialist countries, but right here in the US and Europe and so on as well throughout the world.
It's hard to tell what he's
from
doing.
This perspective,
he could be making here's the problem with people, is he is coming at this and trying to explicate someone else's position. In it, he's doing it in a way that is either revealing his position or that he's baking in a critique of that position, and it's impossible to know which it is. Does he believe that there have been Marxist communist governments? There haven't, as a thing. It's not. There have been only a handful, and they're very not what people think. Russia and China are not them, and that's not even. I wouldn't even say really communist. So if what position is he taking? If he's just trying to say the world market is a thing now, I'm not going to certainly disagree with that. It's just, this is just belaboring the goddamn point.
Bureaucratic state control of society is simply what socialism means for.
This is on 2X, by the way. We're going to do a fun thing. We're going to see. Oh, it won't let me go faster than 2? Oh, I thought it let me go further. God damn it.
For common sense, we might say. That's what people know that word means. They know that socialism means the state controlling
feels like 1X.
Or controlling, having a sort of outsized degree of control far beyond the very limited role it is sort of thought to have by necessity for modern society, a sort of limited state. That's simply what socialism means to these people. That's true to them, and you'd have to prove to the contrary. So what would that mean to prove that, if you want to do so? Now, what they know it means, that's what they know this word means, and they have every reason to think that that's what it means. That really needs to be understood. We're not talking about people that have simply been lied to. This isn't just a matter of correcting the record. This comes out of the confusion that issued from the unfolding of this Marxist political project itself and its failure. So they have every reason to think that this is what socialism is, and they have no reason to believe or even to trust those who say otherwise. And why should they? Socialism, in that sense, is already here in the United States, and what it may not call itself socialism. It certainly like Joe Biden didn't call himself a socialist. Obama didn't call himself a socialist, though he was called a socialist. George W. Bush, etc., certainly didn't. Trump doesn't either. Although we'll come back to Trump. So the same people that will tell you that oh, pardon me, I read that. What we have may not call itself socialism, but it looks a lot like what those various socialist countries are supposed to have looked like, or what they currently look like, and that includes the fascist ones, which were socialist too, of course, from this perspective. And again, that's.
When you're doing a thing, I think what he's doing, and I may be wrong, trying to take people at the best. I think what he's doing is trying to talk about where Trump voter types and right-wingers, right-wing populism, and the people within that movement, their perspective on what socialism is and why they use the term socialist when talking about the government, why they use the socialist term this different ways. I think this is not his perspective, but the perspective of others. Here's a tip. If you're giving the perspective of someone else, you need to make sure that is denoted in every way you say everything and in visual stylings, where you put across, not my view, or I think this, because if he didn't onboard this in any meaningful way that made it clear to anyone. But if his point is, hey, if you want to get a mega person to care about socialism, you have to prove to them that stuff wasn't socialism. And that's fair. But it's also, again, it's not really staking a claim or putting a line anywhere where it's yours.
Maybe they consider to be addressing intellectuals.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm shrinking the video because I don't. Because you guys are missing the glory of his art on the YouTubes. Let's put this down here underneath me. There. We'll talk to the little man. Hello, little man.
There's a basis for that. And it seems to be that we are kind of tending further in that direction. Though maybe Trump pulled the emergency brake just in time from the sort of bureaucratic takeover of society. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. If so, if he did sort of do that, how long will it last? You know, will
I can't tell what. Is this his perspective or is this someone else's perspective that he's speaking through? I really can't tell.
he ultimately triumph, or is the deep state going to kind of come back? Socialism, in that sense, being the deep state. Understand, this is what these words mean to people.
Okay, he's kind of saying this is what people mean, but
and you're not going to convince them otherwise by telling them that they're wrong. You're just not. Now, of course, this image is one that is not a recent one, and it's ironically one that has a great deal of it doesn't exclusively come out of the socialist movement, but a great deal of this sort of way of thinking about things was inflected by socialism for a very long time, but in the exact opposite direction. So socialism, in this sense, the sort of common sense of what socialism means, is the encroaching state control over everything, which is also the corporate control over everything.
Brooks, by the way,
I
don't we have to not think like octopus, like the representation of octopus. We have not to think in representational thinking. This guy think in representational thinking, right?
It says on top of the octopus, Standard Oil. This is about the image is about big business destroying the country and taking control of it. It says Standard Oil right there. I know this art. This is old classic political cartoon art from like the 1920s. 10s, I think.
Because the same ultra-wealthy elite are behind both, and so are the establishment wings of both parties, as people say, which is to say the uniparty, the one-party state that we really live in. It's a tyrannical one-party bureaucratic state. That's socialism, and that leads inevitably toward communism, the most extreme form of totalitarian state domination, in which everyone is directly enslaved by the ruling elite. Socialism failed everywhere, and it will fail here. That's, again, this common perspective. Because it leads to a nightmare that free people will not tolerate. Perhaps some cultures have some kind of distinctive preferences that make them ill-suited for freedom. But in the United States, at least, the majority...
I was wrong. I hate this. I hate this a lot. Sorry.
Yeah,
I hate it too much. I can't. This is too much. Sure shot, I love you, but this is too much, my friend. This was... Like, this is just useless. Like, I can't even tell what his fucking point is.
It actually managed to be worse than I anticipated.
I can't even tell what his fucking point is.
It's to say that everybody's in false consciousness, and he's rectifying by bringing the truth about Marxism to the masses so they can go in praxis.
All right, trying another one. Why is there no alt-left pipeline? From Ryan White.
Okay.
Well, I haven't been making overtly political videos.
All right, better. I can actually reduce the playback speed.
For very long, and to be fair, I haven't really been alive for very long.
I'm going to really quick just do what I've got to do, which is, who is this person? Just a guy making videos, politics, social trends, exploring what it's like to live in this totally fun yet not screwed up world. Haha. Ryan, I'm a writer. I make YouTube videos in my free time, videos about social trends, political science, and complex issues. Okay. Can we get 6 videos? That's gonna... How did he go so fucking big so fast? 6 videos? Does he make shorts? Not really. Interesting.
at the ripe old age of 23, I, like many of you, have been steeping in the world of online political discourse for what has felt like my entire life. I also made the grave mistake of pursuing a degree in a political social science, so luckily for me, my entire education has also revolved around various attempts to understand how politics operates in the age of the internet. And one of the most common political themes I've seen referred to in the past decade on social media is that of the alt-right pipeline. The idea is that there's a mechanism that exists on the internet which, primarily through recommendation algorithms on video sharing sites like YouTube or TikTok, captures the attention of your average Joe and slowly pushes their views further and further toward the right. Now, in academia, the alt-right pipeline term refers specifically to this algorithmic mechanism. However, I think most of us use it in a more broad way to sort of refer to the process.
That's fairly inaccurate, actually. The alt-right pipeline is not just specifically the algorithmic process. It's a larger thing. It's a larger thing.
Of radicalization that can occur not just on video sharing sites, but on other social media, forums and chan boards, and in certain offline local communities as well. And while there is a lot of media out there talking about the concept of the alt-right pipeline and how it works, I want to pose a different question today. Why is there no alt-left pipeline? We're going to walk through a quick framework to answer that question as simply as we can, but before we do that, a quick
because leftism doesn't have a singular goal or ability to be sort of in line with capital in the same way, and since we live in a space that is entirely dictated by capital, everything that capital wants, which is necessarily reactionary, and therefore alt-right is ultimately where things go. And that's great. We finished. It's good.
Disclaimer. This is not going to be incredibly in-depth in terms of analysis, but I do plan on expanding on some of these topics in later videos. The main goal is to answer the question without overly complicating things.
No, it's simple. It's simple. Money. Money. Every part of the alt-right pipeline, whatever you want to call it, had huge amounts of dollars put behind it from oil barons and capitalists and investment groups. That's the end of the answer. That's it. They have more money so they could fake it until they make it. Ben Shapiro, as an example, was propped up by the Koch brothers, as were a lot of us, his shithead friends. And despite getting no views early on, having views bought, the Daily Wire for years, Ben Shapiro for years, literally advertised whole episodes of their shows. I don't mean that they advertised for the episodes. I mean, the adverts were full episodes of their shows. If you didn't know, this is insane. It's a real thing they did. So, they have money. If anyone knows, we joke that George Soros is on our side. He's not. If anyone knows of billionaires who like to throw money at leftist projects, let me know. I'll sell out.
Let's get on with that. There's a pretty logical through line that we can track in order to figure out why the alt-right pipeline works, and by negation, why there couldn't be a true alt-left pipeline of a similar nature. First, we need to sort out what the goal of a radicalization pipeline.
I am gonna say money. I'm gonna start saying capital to everything he asks, I think.
And is. In my understanding, its goal is to capture the attention of one who is relatively disinterested in politics, the majority of people, and not only make them interested in politics, but eventually interested in radical politics and political activism in favor of the community that radicalized them.
In favor of the community that radicalized them. The challenge with neoliberalism as a thing is that you believe that, like, they were radicalized and they chose a side rather than the process of things that purchased them and put them in the position, made them how they are. The idea that anyone could do this is fucking crazy.
Since I'm American, I'm going to use our political parties in history for the rest of this video, but I think the ideas are relatively sound when used in other contexts. The most important component in the modern alt-right pipeline, in my opinion, is the media ecosystem that the Republican Party has been building since the 1990s.
Capital.
I could go on for hours about this one, but I will spare you that for now. All we need to know is that back in the early 1900s, there was a large public distrust in Republican economic policy after the Great Depression. This caused the Republican Party to more closely align itself with the Democrats, not just in economic policy, but later in other social policy efforts as well. The alignment between the two parties is what eventually allowed for the New Deal era to occur, since both parties agreed on a general direction for the country.
If you have a view of the New Deal in which FDR was able to just work with the Republicans and that everyone was kind of in line with it, you have no understanding of history. I mean, that's the end of the sentence. FDR was brilliant politically, but he was not popular with Republicans. There was a thing called the businessman plot. George Bush's grandfather, George H.W. Bush's father, worked with a lot of other guys to try to kill him and coup the country. That's how little they were in agreement with him. FDR cleverly politicked and worked and figured out how to get exactly the number of votes he got. Republicans were not helping, nor did they help. And also, by the way, the Democrat Party didn't help a great deal. They worked against him as well, especially when it came to his successor and replacement. Yeah, Prescott Bush, piece of shit human. Yeah, the Smedley Butler plot. It's actually a really amazing story, but again, it is not that the Republicans kind of got in line with FDR.
Only disagreeing on how to implement certain policies for the most part. And as we well know, in regards to most social movements, each surge in a certain ideology is met with an opposing reaction. And this is effectively what allowed Ronald Reagan to take the presidency.
No. Okay, so here is, this is really, if you don't know about things, you don't have to say stuff. Did you know that? If you don't know things, you don't have to talk about it. That's like, I'm gonna get a t-shirt made that says, if you don't know things, you don't got talk about it.
Is met with an opposing reaction in regards to most, only disagreeing on how to implement certain policies for the most part. And as we well know, in regards to most social movements, each surge in a certain ideology is met with an opposing reaction. And this is effectively what allowed Ronald Reagan to take the presidency in
That is 40 years of American history post-war to Ronald Reagan. And you go, look, it's a reaction to FDR. Reagan was not a reaction to FDR. Reagan was not a reaction, actually. He was planned and set up and placed and very much part of a very, very particular wealthy group of hyper-conservatives who wanted to sort of undo a lot of the work that had been done for rights. For Nixon got in line when he made the EPA, for fuck's sake. Nixon was trying to move us slowly towards having single-payer health care ended up working with HMOs. The businesses that ran the Republican Party were not a reaction to FDR. That's so ahistorical, it hurts my brain. That's just... Jimmy Carter was not a great president. Sorry, I know he just died. I didn't like him when he was alive either. He's a kind man, but he should never have been president. He was the one who began the damage of undoing how unions are treated in America. Blame Jimmy. Don't blame Ronnie. Ronnie was never pro-union. Ronnie was anti-union. Ronnie was a piece of shit his whole life. And his wife was famous for literally sucking dick throughout Hollywood. Like, these are the conservative Christians. Like, they are like Trump is. Whoever they need, whatever they need to put someone in front who's a doddering piece of shit who's able to get what power wants. They were better at it when they didn't have social media and they didn't have to do things every day because Ronald Reagan was a useless old bag of shit. But they did a lot of really illegal things throughout his presidency to maintain power. Iran-Contra alone is insane. But leading up to it, the idea that it was a reaction to FDR and not the slow destruction of the country as the middle class gained the most wealth it ever had, and the wealthy began to fight back against it by siding with the Republicans and then funding in a lot of different ways to do that, is ahistorical. Is the Screen Actors Guild not a union? Read about Ronnie and the Screen Actors Guild. He's happy to be part of a union when it's his union. Then he's happy to work against it when it's not. He's happy to turn people in when they're Reds or homosexuals. He's happy to be a gigantic piece of human shit.
1980. What is important to understand.
SAG is a union. Read about Ronnie and his history with the union, because he led it for a while, and union leaders aren't always good for unions.
At this point is that the strategy of the Republican Party began to shift. They noticed that their conservative policy proposals were relatively unpopular amongst the general public, especially in states required to win elections. If they could instead create a system where politics was more about culture than actual policies, they could attempt to convince Americans that they were the right choice to pick because they were the more patriotic or constitutional or...
I mean, it's... have you heard of the Southern Strategy, Ryan? Southern Strategy. There's a quote. It's on the Wikipedia, I have no doubt. One fucking line. One sec. There's one quote. You don't say busing. Come on, do they not do this? The editors go back and forth on this. It's one of my favorite things. Here we go. I probably can't have that on screen. Well, we're going to just switch real quick because I did not mean to put that up. That is just where we are for the time being. Good Lord, Brooks. Got to be careful when you know you're looking up what racists said. One moment. We're going to switch over to a screen. There we go. Okay. Lee Atwater, who's kind of a horrible piece of shit. In Reagan, because Reagan, by the way, Reagan ran in 76. Reagan didn't win. To say Reagan is a reaction to FDR would kind of presuppose that he would have won then. But again, doesn't matter. I'm just going to read some Lee Atwater. As to the whole Southern strategy Harry Dent and others put together in 1968, opposition to the Voting Rights Act would have been a central part of keeping the South. Now, Reagan doesn't have to do that. All you have to do to keep the South is for Reagan to run in place on the issues he's campaigned on since 1964. That's fiscal conservatism, balancing the budget, cut taxes, the whole cluster. But the fact is, isn't it that Ronald Reagan does get the Wallace voter and to the racist side of the Wallace voter by doing away with legal services, by cutting down on food stamps? This is the quote. So just, you tell me if Ryan's got the right vote on this, because y'all don't quote me on this. That's how you know it's a great line. I love Lee Atwater. He's such a dumb fuck. And y'all don't quote me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying, inward, inward, inward. He says it. By 1968, you can't say that word. That hurts you. It backfires. So instead, you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, all that. You're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. A byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites. Subconsciously, that's part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract, that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or another, you follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying, we want to cut this, is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and of a hell of a lot more abstract than inward, inward. It's on the Wikipedia page. He did not say inward. He didn't care about that. And also, y'all don't quote me on this is like my favorite way for quotes that are horrifying to start, and it's all too common. The Southern strategy was quite simple. Hey, there's a lot of racists. We can't court the racists because if we court the racists, we won't be able to get anyone who's not a racist. And as much as America overall kind of has its racism thing. The South, kind of fucking super racist. The North, less outwardly racist. At least it used to be. Still, I think is the case. But they were like, we were mystified because we can't just walk around saying, you know, kill all the blacks. But what if instead of that we said, busing is being forced? Reintegration's forced. What about cutting taxes? These are things that they literally said are about hurting black people more and about dealing with the racial problem and getting the racist white voter to vote for them. So Ryan, just letting you know. No. God damn.
Create a system where politics was more about culture than actual policies, they could attempt to convince Americans that they were the right choice to pick because they were the more patriotic or constitutional or...
That ain't why Reagan won. That ain't why Reagan won. What the fuck? Have y'all seen, God, now I'm saying y'all, because I watched some Atwater. It didn't even stop there. Did anyone see the Willie Horton ad that Bush ran when he went up against Dukakis? This is the Willie Horton 1988 attack. This was a big deal. And this was a big deal. This helped define and set up the win for Bush. Not even a question. And you tell me if you think that this is racial.
Bush and Dukakis on crime. Bush supports the death penalty for first-degree murderers. Dukakis not only opposes the death penalty, he allowed first-degree murderers to have weekend passes from prison. One was Willie Horton, who murdered a boy in a robbery, stabbing him 19 times. Despite a life sentence, Horton received 10 weekend passes from prison. Horton fled, kidnapped a young couple, stabbing the man and repeatedly raping his girlfriend. Weekend prison passes. Dukakis on crime.
Yes, it's just about patriotism. Yeah. And it's the way it's stanchioned and set up is so fucking crazy. It's so crazy. Weekend passes. So this is where you start talking about like how the world works and how things happen and how you can reset up and rebuild a narrative. In the 70s, there was a thing called furloughs. So prison furloughs were like super common. What they did is they encouraged people who behaved well, who did well inside a prison to go outside of the prison. I know everyone who exists today kind of thinks of prison as always having been the same thing, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't. They would go out to lunch, like they'd be given a few bucks. They'd go shop. They'd go to church on Sundays. Willie Horton specifically would spend time with his daughter. He fully denies he had anything to do with this murder. It's almost irrelevant. But it was incredibly common at the time federally for prisoners to get furloughs. Dukakis was a governor. That's it. He didn't like make this thing happen. He didn't introduce prison. He didn't fight them. Like, you know, it's Horton on one of his furloughs got away, skipped away, and was found at the scene. That's great. But the whole thing pretends like Dukakis did this. Like it shows on screen right now, weekend prison passes. But it's like, well, wait, Ronnie did that too. Federal prisoners had this. So George W. Bush was doing this. That didn't matter. And that's how you set up, and that's what you do. It's one of the more extraordinary things. And just to mention, in case you are curious, it isn't just Republicans. Al Gore, who was at the time trying to become president, he's like the poor man's Joe Biden, I guess. like Joe Biden of another era. He did it. He's the one who did this. He started this. He did the lie. He lied. He did the first lie. Al Gore is the one who did this in a primary debate, brought up Willie Horton and gave that to the Republicans, which ended up costing Dukakis 100%. This cost Dukakis the election. And Lee Atwater, the guy I quoted earlier who said all those N-words, the phrase he said was, "By the time I'm done, they're going to think Willie Horton is Dukakis' vice president." There you go. And again, his name's not Willie. Name is not Willie. It's William Horton. In fact, he didn't really go by Willie. But he's a black man. Can't call him William and really piss people off and arouse that racial side unless you can make it a grainy photo. And a grainy old photo, not even the one from the thing. Like they found a photo. They started calling him Willie. They started pushing out. And that's it. That's the setup. Thank you, Al Gore. Cocksucker. So no. Sorry, you're wrong.
Working class party, despite there being a clear dissonance between those phrases and their actual policy proposals. And this is where the media ecosystem comes in. In the 1990s, the Republican Party and its donors began to invest a significant amount of funds and resources into building a widespread media apparatus with the goal of uniting the many small conservative coalitions throughout the country under a single narrative. The idea was to convince anyone from business owners to evangelicals to even your average dissatisfied American that the established...
Okay. It's just, I mean, I feel bad because it's clear that this guy has no concept of like how these things work and didn't want to research it. But again, if you don't know things, you don't have to talk about them. In the 90s, conservatives started doing a bunch of shit, right? With talk radio started funding that. Leaves out kind of a couple of major things that happened, right? We used to have a series of laws in our country, and the laws really had to do with like balance and fairness in media. There was a lot of rules around sort of, I want to say everything. Like in 1987, before the 90s, the FCC got rid of what was called the Fairness Doctrine. The Fairness Doctrine itself had to do with ensuring that if you had a radio station, it couldn't be just a view. You couldn't have a conservative talk radio station. That was illegal. It had to be news, and if you had a liberal, you had to have a righty. You had a righty, you had to have a lefty. That thing happened. Reagan, who had already been working with people to figure out how to build all of these things and turn sort of everything towards right wing, one of the big pushes was to get rid of the Fairness Doctrine. So Reagan put in an FCC commissioner who got rid of the Fairness Doctrine. And that was the mark. At that point, Rush Limbaugh and his market that were absolutely funded by billionaires started buying lots of radio stations. What we see today is a direct result of that and the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich made sure got through. Once upon a time, you couldn't own multiple radio stations. Okay. You had to be local, basically. You can't, but that's not the case anymore. They got rid of that. They got rid of Fairness Doctrine, and now you could have conservatives like Sinclair Media Group, if you don't know them, buy up a fuck ton of TV and radio stations and turn them all conservative. Enforce that, which is what is true. Why is there an alt-right pipeline? Sinclair Media Group. There's no left version of this. Sinclair Media Group, Sinclair Broadcast Group, apologies. just to read it off. It's insane. It's one of the largest fucking things ever. Owning and operating 193 stations across the country in over 100 markets, covers 40% of American households. Sinclair is the largest owner of stations that are affiliated with Fox, NBC, CBS, ABC, My Network, and CW. Sinclair owns 4 digital multi-class networks, Comet, Charge the Nest, and TBD, and the sports-oriented cable network, the Tennis Channel. This is Sinclair. Who owns Sinclair? It could be a guy named Julian Smith, who's a psychotic right-winger who literally writes opinion pieces and sends them to local stations and forces them to read it. Yes, this is what led to Citizens United. All of this is like, to say that they just started like doing this in 1990, again, misunderstands how all of this works and how all of this happened. And it didn't just happen.
Establishment Democrats were coming to destroy the very fabric of the United States, and that the small-town Republicans were going to stop them, so long as you donate to them and vote for them. This media narrative also consisted of broad moral panics, reimaginings of American history, and an oddly postmodern skepticism and pessimism not only about the Democrats, but also any Republicans that might sympathize with their causes. And this narrative caught on like wildfire, whether it be on AM radio with Rush Limbaugh or cable news with Sean Hannity and the Fox News crew, and it served as the foundation for the Republican strategy on how to win elections. If you can't make people vote for your party, make them vote against the other. Let's move on to the second point. These conservative narratives, like blaming economic instability solely on immigration, or claiming that the LGBT community is corrupting children, bigotry in general toward any non-straight cisgender white male group, they generate fear. And let me be clear, both parties attempt to play into these narratives to try and win elections. However, it is important to note that there are multiple studies, which I've linked in the description, that show that individuals with conservative policy leanings are also more likely to focus on negative narratives and to have increased sensitivity to perceived threats. In that context,
all the studies are having issues because they're correlative, not causative. There's a whole bunch of shit that goes with that. And also, there's just, these studies have problems.
It makes sense why both parties try to use these narratives to win elections. Republicans need to activate every conservative that they can, and Democrats want to win on the margins by flipping center-right Republican voters. Both parties engage.
Jesus, goddamn. Is this what people think? No wonder
Engaging with negative, fearful narratives is also great for the alt-right pipeline.
Is there a good history covering the stuff I'm talking about? Let me think for a second. Tom Hartman, who I've got issues with some of his writings, so it's not everything, but The Hidden History of Neoliberalism and The Hidden History of American Oligarchy are both, I think, very nice, documented, interesting sort of tales of this. Tom Hartman has been a radio guy for a very long time, and it's one of his very specific like things that he's attacked. John Oliver did a piece on Sinclair and also another one on like AM radio. Like this stuff, there's a bunch of this stuff out there. Yeah, this feels like a liberal was made in a lab.
Because fear makes people want to protect themselves and the things they love. And alt-right ideals are broadly centered around hatred toward outgroups, ultra-conservative social policies, and isolationism and nationalism, all of which can be fostered by the repetition and installation of fear. Leftist ideals, however, broadly advocate for community-focused solutions that are inclusive and perhaps most importantly, new or progressive. That's why the left can't necessarily utilize fear. While the right's goal is to protect itself against perceived threats, the left's goal is to overcome obstacles of fear, to incorporate and advocate alongside groups that are marginalized and exploited by neoconservative capitalism. Instilling fear would mean
that's a very fair way to put it. That's very lovely.
To shift the blame onto someone else. Leftist movements seek to take responsibility and first create change from the inside. Fear, in the way that conservatives utilize it, is incompatible with these goals, and in the modern media landscape means that leftist ideals are less likely to spread in the public consciousness than conservative ideals. Now the third point. Young people have a lot of problems going on all the time. That's kind of what being young is about. However, for the sake of this video, we have to look at what kinds of problems would cause someone to become susceptible to the siren's call of a radicalization pipeline. In Innuendo Studios' alt-right playbook, the accumulation of problems that lead someone into a pipeline is called soul sickness. This sickness can be brought on by many things, but perhaps most importantly are trauma and isolation, especially amongst men. And to be clear, this isn't me doing a feel bad for all white men because they're racist bit, but just hear me out. Folks that have had traumatic or life-changing events occur to them are most likely to become susceptible to these right-wing narratives, as they not only provide an outlet for anger and a community to fill in those support roles that might have otherwise been lost through their trauma, but also a series of common enemies to direct that anger toward as a community. This is why, anecdotally, divorced dads and young lonely men are the most likely to fall into these pipelines, since modern conservative social standards isolate and generally prevent men from expressing camaraderie or brotherly love for each other. Those pesky leftist community-oriented vibes are not at all what these folks are looking for. Often, they feel victimized by the state or by their ex-wives or their classmates or whoever else, and they just want a place to direct that anger. Rarely do they ever want a solution to it. Their problems are just a given to them.
It seems fine. It's not really useful. Lilia's writing. There's other books. Nicole Hemmer's Messengers of the Right is one that comes to mind, which is literally like a materialist history of right-wing media from 1940s on, because that's really when I would say that's probably like the totality of it that makes it interesting. That would be probably top of my list. Yeah, I'll see if I can find a couple others, but that one is like a history book of what I'm talking about. I don't have a PDF of it. I think it's been like almost a decade since I read it. I had a physical book of it at some point. I'll see if I can find it.
On to the fourth point. Any given person that feels vaguely victimized then is a lot more likely to pay attention to the more surface-level commentators on the right, because they broadly speak to that person's worsening material conditions without getting too in the weeds about actual politics. In the 90s, this character was played by Limbaugh, Hannity, Buchanan, and Fox News in general, and nowadays it's Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin, and Ben Shapiro, just to name a few. The left simply does not...
Wait.
This character was played by Limbaugh, Hannity, Buchanan, and Fox News in general, and nowadays it's Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin, and Ben Shapiro, just to name a few. The left simply does not have the same game. The Democratic Party funds liberal news outlets and commentators, not leftist.
The Democratic Party doesn't fund anybody. If you don't know, like, the difference in this, and it's a really weird phrasing, he says that the Democratic Party is not going to fund the left because they're busy funding liberal news outlets and commentators. No, they're not. They don't do that. Someone can correct me, but they don't do that. The liberal news outlets are funded by, weapons manufacturers and capitalist systems. Like NBC, like Disney, like these others. They're who does he think, like the Dems are like propping up what? TYT? Like Majority Report? How are they doing that? Like what the fuck is he talking about?
Commentator. So the only place folks are able to be introduced to leftist commentary is on RedTube. I love PhilosophyTube and ContraPoints, of course, but they're just unable to meet the vast majority of people where they are, especially if those people are dissatisfied with what they perceive as culture war persecution against them. The Republican Party has bet it.
Boy, yeah. Why would anyone who's finding the stories of persecution against them, why wouldn't they? Why the last place you'd want to look is at PhilosophyTube. And a channel that exists as self-persecution nightmares and the neurotic love of demanding people accept me. Jesus Christ.
Its entire future on meeting these people, straight men and their wives, where they are, and not just slowly pushing them positively toward the right, but negatively away from anything perceived as leftist.
Straight white women too, by the way. I hate to break it to you, we know the demographics. You could have looked up the demographics. This isn't just like white dudes it's a complex interweaving of those things, but whiteness is at the core. And I wonder if whiteness at the core has anything to do with it as well. But let's not talk about race. Fair enough.
And the last point, this funneling of regular Joes into rival political teams has created an environment in which party seeps into our personal...
See, and if this is his final point, this is just shit across the board. So here's the thing. When you have a situation like he's talking about here, the alt-right pipeline, the interactions themselves and how they're built and how they're encouraged create a type of person. He's only able to look at it purely through a political or sociological lens that has to have that. But let's take an example. There's videos filling everything and have been for years of rage bait. A person creates a video where they're going to, oh, look, this is me. I'm going to make my crazy casserole. And they just put in like raw lasagna noodles, 2 cans of Coke. They just put an empty can in it, and then they fill the rest with nacho cheese. Then they bake it, and then they go, that's good. And all the comments are like, oh, God, it's disgusting, blah, blah. Now that thing seems innocuous on its face. Seems simple. But no, that reaction, that thing, that rage that is happening, that's because rage bait is about breaking down and angering you. And the things that get the most responses bubble up to the top of whatever fucking feed they are. Reactions are what drive engagement. Twitter, once upon a time, and this is a weird thing to say, once upon a time there wasn't an algorithm. I know, children, allow me to tell you about this time. Once upon a time, I would write 140 characters, and it would post. And on that post, it would disappear as time passed. When you logged in, if you were not looking at it at that time, and you followed me, you may miss this post. It was sad. It was a dark time where we would just see the things that were shown to us that other people posted as they did. And then Twitter went, boy, people aren't really doing a lot of page views. Because, see, if we're going to have ads, what we really care about is page views. If a person sits on their feed, which is what people did, and it just refreshes automatically via some really clever, cool new thing called Ajax scripts, which was really fun to learn. You go, oh, look, it fades in, it's cool. But it pops in, and they just look at that page. That's a page view. People won't pay for ads when everyone just has one page view. We need to figure out how to get people to engage, how to click, look at things, do more. You know how we do that? Well, let's create an algorithm that shows people what they want to see. Because that's how they phrase it. Hey, you don't want the live timeline. What you want is you want the feed of shit that we're showing to you because you don't want to miss posts that are important to you. I think that's almost literally how they phrased it too. That change was everything. There was a time on Facebook where you would miss things if you weren't looking at them when they happened. I know. It was a different time, but Facebook saw what Twitter did, changed their entire setup. Many of you may not be old enough to know this because this happened more than a decade ago. But once upon a time, Facebook too. YouTube as well. In fact, algorithms were a new thing. But when you have an algorithm, you have to design it. How do you design it? Well, the first thing is, the reason you're building it is you need page views. You need people to click and engage because engagement breeds page views, breeds ad views, breeds revenue. And revenue's the goal. Again, the answer is capital. Capital's the goal. So how do you get capital? Well, if something's liked by a lot of people who Brooks likes and Brooks follows, we should show him that thing first. And it should just pop up because people he likes like it. And so therefore it should show up. But is liking only likes? Like, is that what a like means? I don't think it is. In fact, in my experience, I often like things that I hate to remember them, to save them for later. It's more bookmarking than anything before they had bookmarks. I'd like a thing. But it didn't mean I liked it. Didn't mean I loved it. Didn't mean I wanted other people to see it. But it did now. So now, whatever people like the most is going to be showing up. And then someone realized if they did a video, I'm just thinking of like my favorite rage bait videos, that annoying blonde woman, what was her name? Trisha Paytas did a video about how God, it was awful. It was like why books? Why read books? It was like the most clearly rage-inducing thing, but it was new. Rage was new. Rage farming was new. And the number of people who retweeted, liked, or commented was huge. Huge. Insane. And it went everywhere. And that thing yielded a lot of revenue for Twitter or Facebook or YouTube. That revenue meant that, oh shit, this is working. We need to strengthen this. So what you get is not a thoughtful thing. My videos, I appreciate that I have 70-some concurrent viewers. I appreciate all of you people. My videos will get 1,000, 2,000 views. I'm not saying a thing that people can clearly just disagree with. Not just go, fuck Brooks. If I made a video where I was like, Deleuze was the F word, it would do so well. It'd be against everything I believed. It'd be slurring. It'd be racist. It'd be evil. The number of people who'd see it would be huge. If I had a short saying that Deleuze and Nietzsche were undoing Marx because ultimately they wanted to return us to Platonism, I'd probably have videos that did better. Because the number of people who'd comment, the number of people who'd link to it to laugh at me, to shit on me, all of that stuff, it would do better. When that is how Twitter makes money, and then when I exist on YouTube and this guy exists on YouTube and other people do, and how I make money is by having more people see my stuff, suddenly you've created an incentive structure to get reactions, not communication. Reaction, I wonder if there's a political leaning where the word reaction is more than just implied. Lily, you mean rage baiting on social media? Because outrage media has long been stock and trade for publishers. Oh no, outrage media is the thing for sure. But I'm talking about the moment in time when we switched to an algorithm, and in that algorithm, you had rage become the currency. It's been around, but it also works differently inside of traditional media. Television of old, when people couldn't record things and pass VHS tapes around, if something was hated, it kind of went away. Like, it's a real thing. I remember trading VHS tapes of like shit that people had found or people had recorded, hack moments, the Max Headroom hack in Chicago, like shit like that. It's incredible. But these things are like unique and weird and gone. It's ephemeral because it didn't matter how many people afterwards wanted to see the thing. It was gone because you had to see it in the moment. A newspaper with a baiting headline. They didn't make you like write rage bait to make you rage at the newspaper. They put rage in there that made you want to read and rage about other things. That's a change. People are creating content so you rage at them. And it's part of an entire ecosystem now. TikTok basically grew off of this. Reaction content exists to have cringe, weird psychotics make videos that are clearly cringy and weird and psychotic and bullshit that other people can react to that are making fun of them, and this ecosystem grows. It's a completely different thing. It's just awful. Insomnia posted the best rage bait. Oh no. Let's see what you got for me in stream chat. Oh God. Oh God, I remember this. Do you guys remember Square Hole? This shit? This is rage bait.
This is a square. Can you guess which spot that goes in?
The square.
That's right.
Okay.
And how about this rectangle?
This is people engage this because they're trying to figure out what happens. They're looking at it.
That one
Also the square.
that goes in there too.
Yeah,
Up next, we've got this thin rectangle.
the thin
Can you
rectangle.
guess where that goes?
The thin rectangle.
That's right. It goes in the square hole. And up next,
Rage bait is raid bait. Rage bait.
The circle.
I think that goes in
The circle.
The square.
square hole. Now we've
And this only works on people who don't have kids, because anyone who has kids goes, why would they make a square if shit fits in there? Because that's all kids will do. But yeah, this is the number of views, the number of reactions, the number of everything. This is what it spawned. And all of this is reactionary. There's a reason we use that term. It's based in reaction, resentment, frustration, impotence, and rage. No, that was internet gold. The video was rage bait. It's classic. It's funny. It's mocking it in its own way. It's a send up. But that is what rage bait is. Do you want to watch Trisha Paytas? Let's do it. You want this one I'm talking about? Fucking the worst. She's the worst. She is like the queen of rage bait. It's just incredible. What was it? God, what was it? I need to remember what her thing was. 1 second. Because she has, all of them are. 1 sec. Someone's going to let me know. Someone will let me know if I don't get there. Oh, she's the worst. I don't want to give her views. I can't. She's just fucking gross. If you don't remember, she like literally just like pretended that she didn't read books. Like, why do people need books? It was about books, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like, it was so clearly not true, but it went viral and went huge. And that was the thing, and it worked. So why would a system that is based on reactionary rage and rewarding that and monetizing that for the order of capital and in the interest of capital create reactionaries who are interested in the success of capital? I don't know, Ryan. Tell me.
Identities and our identities into our parties. The process of this occurring is one of a few forms of political polarization, and in a politically polarized country, the average person becomes significantly more anxious regarding political outcomes, and guess which party created a whole media ecosystem to take advantage of this anxiety? It's actually both parties, but the Democrats' media ecosystem is also primed against leftists, since leftist positions are too extreme to advocate.
You have to be the most simple-minded person to believe there is a democratic media empire.
That's media ecosystem.
The Democrats' media ecosystem. I appreciate that you think that the Democrats have a media ecosystem, dude. Is this at 2x? I think I put it at 1.25. It is slightly fast. It is not there. Now it's normal. It's like the opposite of the Douglas Lane video. It's like,
is also primed against leftists, since leftist positions are too extreme to advocate for, which is also not the best hill for the Democrats to die on, because, to cite a recent example, some of Kamala Harris's most successful campaign promises during her 2024 election were her pledge to prevent grocery price gouging, her plan to have a 25% income tax for billionaires, and the strengthening of collective bargaining laws for unions, all of which polled with over 60% favorability amongst the general electorate, and all of which are leftist policy proposals, which she quickly abandoned due to her party's priming against leftists.
I can't. And like, it's not that media avoid the leftist media or the liberal media or democratic media ecosystem doesn't avoid leftist things because they believe it's too extreme. That would be presuming that they think they're good. They disagree with them because they don't like them, because MSNBC is owned by weapons manufacturers and monopolies. Stating on, it's like unbelievable. I bought them for Violet. My daughter likes cheese balls, so I picked some up when I was at the store. She's 3. She doesn't like snacks at all. She likes, but cheese balls she goes nuts for because they're fucking delicious. MSNBC is owned by a monopoly and is partnered with a monopoly. That MS and NBC is Microsoft NBC, MSNBC. And they are a monopolist, brutal power structure. And it's a wild thing to sort of be like, oh yeah, but they're part of the democratic stuff. No, they're not. They're part of the generalized neoliberal capitalist reactionary establishment, just like all their other friends. I want to know, like Russia Today actually had leftists on it. I hate to say, I'm not a fan of Russia Today or their work, but Tom Hartman had a show on there. A bunch of like really good real leftists did have shit on there. That's like the closest. Al Jazeera had a lot of really amazing content for a while.
Until they were backing Islamists. And after that,
you're not. I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's yeah. It's there's a lot. This is yeah.
And their policies.
It's frustrating. People are frustrated.
All right, let's wrap this all up into one tight bow and send you on your way. There is no alt-left pipeline because a political radicalization pipeline requires a few things to begin.
And I'll mention, this guy has 7,000 subscribers, 7.8K subscribers, which is just shy of twice as many subscribers as me, okay? This video, in 3 weeks, has gotten 316,000 views. This is the problem. This is the problem.
Charismatic voices with massive investments from deep political pockets, subtly stoking the flames of fear en masse and in the public sphere. The Republican Party specifically engineered the right-wing media apparatus to do these things, and there are no equivalent voices on the left, no deep leftist pockets to invest in the potential voices that there may be. And
I kind of wanted to like Ryan too.
Perhaps most importantly, no additional fear generated by the community-focused ideals of leftist politics.
That's at least on the direction. Take 2 seconds, dude. Put it together.
If fear is generated by the left, as we saw earlier, that fear will make someone more likely to adopt conservative policy preferences. And this is why your average dissatisfied American won't fall down a pipeline to the alt-left, and is also perhaps why the left should attempt to increase organizational efforts rather than attempting to go high by meeting the right in the marketplace of...
He's right. He's right. Give him this point.
Here's the reason he's wrong. Just so you know. If I were to say, you know what the left's problem's been? They don't try to organize. It's like a joke that I would say that out loud. Because that's like, do we need to organize? Sure. Did the right organize? No. What is the method of us defeating this? Is it, hey, let's go to our socialist meeting nearby of some fucking group of fucks who get angry because we clap and demand we snap our fingers? Is that what we need to do? We've never had an issue with organizing. That's not the problem. The issue is making organizing useful. Like, hey, you need to organize more and not try to meet them in the marketplace of ideas. Okay. So wait, so you mean
ideas, because the very fabric of the marketplace is stacked against them.
It's not stacked against them. It literally works counter to them in process. Very frustrating.
And that's it for this.
It's very frustrating. That's a very frustrating video to watch. The left doesn't have a problem with wanting to organize. The number of people who have hit me up or have hit people up, everyone here has had someone say, hey, you should come to a meeting. DSA is having a meeting. Like, have you been to a DSA meeting? Yours might be good. They exist. I have not been to a good one. And again, the issue is not that, because organizing only goes so far. It's organizing for something. Now, how do you create a goal on the left? How do you create messaging on the left that can be useful? He doesn't even know what leftism is. He couldn't even really state it. That puts us in a very difficult position, because it's basically saying, well, look, the system is it's stacked against you because of these things. No, the system is literally built by capital. Notice the one thing he didn't talk about is money the entire fucking time. It's fucking crazy to not talk about money as the center of this. It's, hey, look, rich people put a lot of money into right-wingers because those right-wingers fight for their taxes, and it's worth it. If you didn't know, it's called investment. Let's say I have $1 billion in wealth, and the Democrats are wanting to put out a wealth tax of 25%. Fuck, I don't want them to win. So I spend $30 million against that, and I don't get a wealth tax. That's profit. Let's say even better, I spend hundreds of millions of dollars because I'm Elon Musk, and I get Trump in there, who's going to give me a tax cut of astonishing proportions. Also let me put whatever fucking contracts I want in my own company's names. And I come out with all those companies making hundreds of billions of dollars more. That's called an investment. They're investing in more capital. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking the Koch brothers were like, and they weren't even about this. The conservatism is an accident to them. The Christian morality is incidental. There's a reason that they supported and paid for a lot of atheists who were on the right as well. They don't care about any of that. They want fewer regulations and they want less taxes. They want less everything because they don't want to pay money. They want to keep money. Money that's not even theirs. Because I don't believe any of that is theirs. That is the center of it. That's it. That's it. I have no idea why you would think it's anything but capital. And by the way, by doing this is the other fun part, and it's the reason I don't like Ryan anymore, is that line.
Dissatisfied America generated by the left, as we saw earlier, that fear will make someone more likely to adopt conservative policy preferences. And this
you might cause people to be conservatives. And the Cody Shody comment comes to mind. Some leftists were mean to me online, so I changed all of my political views that exist.
This is why your average dissatisfied American won't fall down a pipeline to the alt-left.
No, it's because it doesn't make them money. Let's say Kanye West. Let's take Ye. Ye is a fascinating figure for this. Is Kanye falling down? He has more money than God, and he is completely fucked up and insane. Did he fall down the black liberation line? No. Did he fall down any emancipatory line? No. He fell down the line that privileges capital and whiteness. That's it.
And is also perhaps why the left should attempt to increase organizational efforts.
And now, why I hate Ryan. This makes me nuts. It's the left's fault. The left should do something. Why aren't you doing something? You need to do something. Go do something. Because all this stuff is bad and you need to do something. He doesn't say He doesn't say I'm doing something. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's how. He says the left should organize more. So people watching this internalize impotence and resentment, which is what Ryan thrives on. Because as he said, he learned all he needed to from Contra and Philosophy Tube. Resentment and impotence. Very frustrating. Very frustrating.
and he, I don't know, but like he treat the left as a blob, right? As a kind of like a representation, which I don't know, like
He treats
the
it all
left.
as a blob. He has no concept of what politics is really about. Like, that's the thing. Again, he went from the New Deal had a reaction in Ronald Reagan, which is like, dude, 40 fucking years. 40 fucking years. It wasn't a reaction to Ronald Reagan. To say that is like, that had to be something like his dad told him.
Yeah, people really hated Social Security.
I mean, FDR is famously one of the most popular presidents who ever lived.
It's almost like he got elected 4 times.
Yeah. It's almost like he won a world war, got us out of depression. The shit he did. And again,
it's almost like the entire country lined up on the railroad tracks that carried his body. Like
my family has stories about that. It's like but no, the reaction was against FDR. Or maybe the reaction was against what the Democrats turned into as the business leaders realized that the Republicans were failures and infiltrated the Democratic Party and made them pick Eisenhower and a few other shitheads. If you don't know the story of how his successor was chosen and what happened there and how genuinely there were almost riots, and how they co-opted, the business people co-opted the Democratic Party at that time. It's, again, if you don't know stuff, you can say things like, let's say I wanted to put this out. I find it awful. I think it might be important, but what do you guys think? Like, just even open up, but it's like, no, they need to organize more and you need to increase organizational efforts.
Attempting to go high by meeting the right in the marketplace of...
Don't meet them in the marketplace of ideas, because who wants a cultural win? Like, it's like, you suck, dude. Sorry. It was a milk toast at best for a while, but this is really, really terrible. And what you did is terrible. And the number of views you have continually depresses me as a thing. So that's wonderful. All right, what's another one of these shit videos I can watch from another one of you fucking people? I don't want to watch the Catherine Liu's Why the Left is Out of Touch is going to be more of this shit, isn't it? Isn't it, Sure Shot?
I don't know. What
God damn it. God, just... it is tiring. It is tiring. It is tiring.
But hey, at least you probably won't have to speed it up 3 times for it to be legible.
No, this one I got to turn back to 1, but at least it was short. The saving grace. Look, if the first analysis inside of our world you don't start with is how does the money work, then you have no business doing a critique or analysis of society in any meaningful way. Because that's not even like...
Or let alone mention it.
Yeah, it didn't even mention it. If you don't at least bring it up at all, you need to take a second and realize that you're doing something that even the right wing doesn't do. You're giving a pass to capital entirely. That the hard extreme right, they do it by being angry that some 3 Jews in caves run the economy, but they still put the economy at the center. Like, Jesus Christ, how do you fuck that up that bad? It's
free AstroTurf.
It's empty. It's an empty position of a YouTube video. Like, one of the really amazing things that I'm starting to see more and more is AI, the way AI writes. AI doesn't write with a point because it doesn't understand what points are. It's a probabilistic machine. So when it writes, it tends to repeat things and sort of never go anywhere. Like, there's no thing there. And
yeah, it's like an endless PowerPoint bullet point.
It is. And when you get stuff out of AI that's similar to this, where it's like, this doesn't have a point. There's no incisive commentary or commentary of any sort. It's just him sedating, hey, by the way, here's what happened. Here's a couple things. And then, like, that sucks. And And it's like, good. Why is there no alt lift pipeline? This video is almost a month old, and it doesn't have an answer.
Yeah.
Let's look at the comments and see how stupid they are. I remember being told everyone gets first before anyone gets seconds during my 5th birthday party. I'll always live by that. Good for you. We're not outnumbered. We're out-organized. Malcolm X.
Well,
Oh God.
I'm fairly certain that that's not in context fully.
If it even is a quote.
No, it is. There's a... One second. One sec. I feel like that is a quote. But it doesn't feel like something that would make sense for a black activist to say, because I'm pretty sure black people were outnumbered everywhere in America as a thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out why he would have said that if he said it. And I cannot find it saying, I don't believe Malcolm X said it. I'm going to say now, I searched the phrase. If someone finds it, please let me know. But I have seen, there are a lot of those images that do the quote thing where it's like, blah, 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 Malcolm X, right?
Yeah,
I cannot
yeah.
find the actual quote. Instead, what I found is something that I think is similar. It's him to Mississippi youth to quote, this is, again, 1964. He's speaking to the youth of Mississippi. I'm going to read actually 3 paragraphs. I really like Malcolm X. I think his speeches are just literally next level, and probably would have been here's a phrase, it would have been transcendent to hear him talk emotionally, I have a feeling. Like, he just was so powerful and so good. We of the Organization of Afro-American Unity realize the only time the black man in this country is given any kind of recognition or listened to is when America is afraid of outside pressure, when she's afraid of her image abroad. So we saw that it was necessary to expand the problem and the struggle of the black man in this country until it went above and beyond the jurisdiction of the United States. And today you'll find in the United Nations, and it's not an accident, that every time the Congo question or anything on the African continent is being debated, they couple it with what is going on or what is happening to you and me in Mississippi and Alabama and other places. In my opinion, the greatest accomplishment that was made in the struggle of the black man in America in 1964 towards some kind of real progress was the successful linking together of our problem with the African problem, or making our problem a world problem. Because now, whenever anything happens to you in Mississippi, it's not just a case of somebody in Alabama getting indignant or someone in New York being indignant. The same repercussions that you see all over the world when an imperialist or foreign power interferes in some section of Africa, you see repercussions. You see embassies bombed and burned and overturned. Nowadays, when something happens to black people in Mississippi, you will see these repercussions all over the world. Here's the quote I think they're taking from. I wanted to point this out to you because it's important for you to know that when you're in Mississippi, you are not alone. As long as you think you're alone, then you take a stand as if you're a minority or as if you are outnumbered. And that kind of stand will never enable you to win a battle. You've got to know that you've got as much power on your side as the Klan has on its side. When you know that you've got as much power on your side as the Klan has on its side, you'll talk the same language that the Klan is talking about you. I think in 1965, whether you like it or I like it or they like it or not, you will see there is a generation of black people becoming mature to the point where they feel they have no more business being asked to take a peaceful approach than anybody else takes, unless everybody's going to take a peaceful approach. I think that's the closest to it. Is I cannot find it otherwise. I cannot find the quote otherwise. Yeah, I can't find the quote otherwise. That's it. It's the closest. And that's a great sentiment because it is one of those things. If you start from the position of knowing you are outnumbered and you speak as if you are outnumbered and you speak as if you are someone who is downtrodden, you are someone who is downtrodden. You will never be enabled to win a battle. You must know, and this is something I think that it's today I would scream at everyone. The line, it's as you must know that you have as much power on your side as the clan has on its side. And it's true. It is once you start talking like that, you will use their language. You will use the language of those who are successful. You will use the language that people in that space respond to. You will find investments that people will be attracted to. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Malcolm X fucking ruled, man.
Yeah, I agree.
God, he's so good. It is possible that he was saying it about the Klan, but again, I cannot find I can't find Malcolm X ever saying this phrase. I find a lot of people saying it's what he said, but I mean, he's extremely. He's there hasn't been like a
vaguely inspiring quote, Albert Einstein.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing where it's like, I can't find a primary source for that. If you see a lot of the images, if you want to see images, like I said, I'll just do this. You're gonna see the search. I'm trying. Here they are. This is an article called "We Are Not Outnumbered, We Are Outorganized." It says Malcolm X said it. Here is someone claiming it's Malcolm X. Here is someone else. There's a lot of that. And then Malcolm X once said this. Malcolm X said this. It's not primary sourced. It's not primary sourced. Try to do that when you've got a really, really great quote like that. Because Malcolm X fucking ruled. Do not get me wrong. That is fire. This man knew his shit. He knew what to say. If you haven't watched a speech of his, I'd put it up, but he does use language that would get me tossed, which is a shame because his shit should be fucking seen by everyone all the time. He's not alone. A lot of other of the scary black activists that somehow, Martin Luther King is the happy one that we're taught about and the others are all scary. Fucking man, could Malcolm X talk. Man, his interviews are so good and he did not fuck around. The knife, grateful for pulling a knife halfway out my back is one of my favorite responses. Just like the ruthlessness with which he responded is so beautiful. But I am nearing the end of my ability to continue at this point. Yeah, third comment's good. Because no one is paying YouTubers $100K to upload to tell their audience how to kill corporate power. And it's like, just everyone, again, the resentment. As a middle schooler, watching my dad lose his employer health insurance when he became too sick to work, just before the ACA, get rejected from all insurance companies. Oh God, it's just sad stories. Fear actually is the mind killer. Very good. Very good. But again, he doesn't care what that means. He's just trying to be cute. The Twin Fantasy vinyl in the background. Oh. I have no idea what the fuck that means. Apparently that means something. I don't know. I fucking hate all this shit so much. All right. We're going to do a thing. It's going to be my last thing for the night. And it is a for our friends on the tubes. Gotta do my nails. Prep for the week, because I've got work meetings all week. So, let's see. Let you guys vote on that shit. Get that out there. This is now a beauty channel. Let's see. All right. These are the colors I'm going to go with. I'm going to show colors. You're going to go yes or no. One sec. Let me switch over. Make sure the Discordies get to join in. 1 second. Kill that. Streaming. It's fine. Turn on camera. Oop. Oh, not that one. Why would you do that? And we're going to do. 2 seconds. All right. So, for you in chat, I got to respond to the Hotep video. I'm not going to watch FT Signifier's videos. The Hotep video is fine. Like, again, but FT Signifier is an extremely reactionary person. And I have no interest in, like, engaging in that side of whatever the fuck he does. That centers race so absolutely and totally. I just find it painful. So, pass. I appreciate it. Go watch it. The Hotep thing is fascinating, like the background of it, and a lot of it's set up. First color. It's going to be this shiny. It's a green, but also a purple. You can't really see as it is basically only reflective, but it's a green-purple holographic. Number 2, it's going to be sparkly purple. Does the same holographic thing. If you can't tell, see it on the edge, it's pink, and then blue, depending on the angle of the color. Sparkly pink, it's like a lighter pink. And then like a light blue holographic. It's a nice little color. So, 1 for that. 2 is the 1 is this holographic green purpley thing. 2 is the pink. 2 is the purple. 3 is the pink. And 4 is this guy. I don't know if that's the right order. Choose it. Vote. Vote. Just hit 1, hit 2, just say it. I'm spitballing. That's the setup. And then I'm going to be checking the fuck out. So while you're doing that, I'm going to go over back to the web. We are going to probably
much about the type of transaction that you and I are having right now.
Was it Bosset? No, I knew about this days ago.
It's Kid again.
I get an alert on my phone and I clicked it.
So I'll be sending you guys there in just a moment.
But how did I find him? Chodole. Wait. How did Chodole find me?
How did Chodole find me?
It all goes back to capitalist alienation.
And it looks like
all the way down.
The 2s have it far and wide. So we're going to be going with the
holy fuck
purple blue. That sounds good.
Placed on your sidebar.
So with that,
did it autoplay when another video ended? This next and final chapter is very much about the type of transaction that you and I.
If you like the world I'm in, if you like the things I do, please do consider supporting. Super chats are lovely. All that fun stuff. Patreon.com/DGQC. Discord.gg/DGQC is down in there. And all that stuff is fantastic. So with that, I'm going to send you all over to Kid. And you guys have a great evening. If you have weird, cringy, shit political takes that you want me to tear apart, I'm happy to do that. It's more important than ever that we really dig at the stuff that matters inside of all of this.
You do that.
So, go to Kid. Tell him he's in the middle of a good video. Watch his video. He reacts to different shit than me.